All right, everybody. Welcome to another day of Trackmania Esports World Cup, the penultimate day of the tournament. With many hype matches coming up, we have the decider matches in the lower bracket that are going to be played through today, and these ones are stacked to the brim. Welcome. The first match is kicking off in just 8 minutes, and I will take you guys through all of them.
Brent, you're back here once again.
Let's
go again. In terms of yesterday...
Before we go... Oh, there's an interview happening, by the way. Let me first say a hello to you guys before we jump into that interview. It is with Bren right now. It's happening on the stage. Nice to see you guys all again back for day 2. Let's check out this interview.
Playing like I should have been playing, you know, some decent rounds, but overall a bit too many mistakes.
Welcome all.
Couldn't find the pace. Hopefully today I can do really good and it can make me reset for the rest of the tournament, you know.
What's it like playing in a matchup when it is so closely contested like it was?
The thing on
Bren
Trackmania
yesterday
is
seemed
really
very
need
disappointed when he was here
in a match to get the 10
his,
points, because if you don't get those plus 10,
but
it's
overall,
really
he has
hard
been playing
to keep
well
up with the other players, which means I fell behind a little bit, and after that, it's just really hard to come back. It ended up being quite close, but it should have been closer than that.
You mentioned mistakes. Anything in particular that you're really kicking yourself
all.
with?
Yeah, I've been pointed
this
a
is going to be a sick
things
day
that I think I did wrong and I did good on the first day. So it's not like I'm not capable of doing it. It's just that I didn't do it properly yesterday.
Absolutely
so there's a couple
sick day
maps,
coming up.
a couple jumps where I know I need to change my approach, and I worked on it this morning, worked a bit on it last night, and
it's good
I feel good
he's
on
also
it again,
studying
you know,
in
but
the
I could
evenings.
very much fail it again. You just never know what really happens during a match. But yeah, I'm working on those small mistakes. It's just details anyway, so you just hope you don't make them in match.
You're getting these
but guys, we have to... I'm going to make an executive decision here. We could listen to the rest of the interview, but I want to start previewing this match with you guys before we get into it. Because I have been looking all morning at all the vetoes every player has made, every ban and every pick. And I think we're having some really interesting insights to take a look at heading into the games. So first of all, let's go through today's schedule. We have the first match between Bren, Nyko, Richie, and Solja. The next match after is Grenadi, Musa, playing in the same match, Grenadi, Musa, Wissy, and Flimsy. The third match is Otak, Wosal, Josh, and Linkmax. And the last match of the day is Mudda, Pack, Pusito Paco, and Afi. The thing that's crazy is that the bottom 2 in all these 4 matches are eliminated. Right now, let's just focus on match 1, Bren, Nyko, Richie, Solja. The thing that I noticed in the vetoes is that a lot of players here have a tendency to ban Australia. Bren, that we're seeing the interview with, tends to ban Australia, and the same is said for Richie and Solja. Richie is the bottom seed. He is the one who bans first, and I think it would be a big mistake from him to actually ban Australia. Because if he doesn't ban it, someone else has to. They don't want to play Australia. It's the difficult full-speed map. If Richie leaves that open, it kind of forces either Bren or Solja to ban it. And what's really good about that, trying to force Bren to ban it, is that then Bren can't ban away Richie's favorite map, which is Canada. Solja also has Canada as his favorite map. So this veto can actually decide quite a lot. If Richie goes on autopilot and just bans Australia like he's done in previous matches, he kind of ruins it for himself and Solja because Bren will probably immediately take away Canada. It's very interesting, the dynamics here. Nyko also is looking to first pick Australia. He did that in one of his games. So, all in all, the veto will decide quite a lot. It will be an interesting one. It will be an interesting one. But yeah, if you're just joining in, we have the decider matches. These are the lower bracket matches. The players in the upper bracket can rest today. They can practice. They can chill. Lower bracket, 4 matches to be played, and see who makes it into the top 16 of the tournament. Let's now tune into the cast. Sorry, I cut off the interview there. We did hear a little bit from Bren yesterday also. But now let's hear from the talent desk before we jump into this one.
from a tempo and a mindset throughout these matches. Yes, there's little resets here and there, but most of the time they're able to kind of.
But it's going to be an amazing day, that's for sure.
Through each match.
Get some popcorn, get some
hard reset
water.
Every day is just throwing you off. You have a
Mentor, by the way, thank you for gifting 2 subs. Thank you so much. And Nero, thank you also.
Players, they mentioned it too.
Hey, Yona setting up the prediction.
I just do one match and then I'm done.
If there is, if there is a prediction here, I will make my guess as well. I think Bren is the clear favorite in this. And for the second position, it heavily depends on if Canada's in the map pack.
I also talked with
if Canada is in the map pack, I would give a greater chance to Naiko and Soldier. To Soldier specifically. But otherwise, I would say Bren and Naiko.
I think that also comes into play because you rightfully said you just cannot practice 12 hours.
String RL and Mr. Peace, thank you guys also. I am on a 10-second delay, by the way. So when I see things, you guys will hear my response to 10 seconds later. That is for competitive integrity. But yeah, first game starts in 3 minutes. And these are elimination games. Here we have the previews of the players. This is Soldier, previous Trackmania Grand League champion, on team with Mudda at that time, playing for Team Alliance. He is seed 1 going into this one. Now Bren. He got seed 2, 2023 world champion, runner-up last year with Jetlag, great times. Seed 3, Naiko, young talent from France, 20 years of age, surprised everyone in the Elite Cups with his consistency and pace. And seed 4 is Richie, has impressed in many Trackmania Serrator Cups over the years. Also always been in contention at the highest level, but never quite made the final step. We're going to have them step to the stage. Also, yo, these visuals, what? The visuals are crazy today.
Good morning, Paris. Bonjour, Paris. How we doing?
Wild stuff.
What a good day it is for some good Trackmania. Day number 3 is upon us. At this moment on, things really get complicated for the
So let me remind you one more time. We're going to look at the veto, but Richie, his best play is likely to not ban Australia, even though that is his typical ban. If he bans Australia, he makes Bren's life easier and Soldier's life easier. If he doesn't ban it, he forces their hand. Either one of them will ban it. And this is the only benefit of being the first ban, is you can put pressure. Other than that, being last ban is preferable.
We're going to see who makes it through to the next round of this competition. Tomorrow's the last day. One thing's for sure, today 8 keys will be crushed, destroyed, and 8 will progress to the final day. Milos, I think it's time we meet the first players ready and waiting in the wings. Paris, are you ready to meet them?
We have our 4 players in the lower bracket decider matches. Here we go.
Please welcome Soldier, Naiko, Richie, and Bren.
Oh my, pressure's high, guys. Most important Trackmania match of their career. Most important one.
In the top 2 by the end of your matchup, and you'll be advancing to the playoffs tomorrow. A straight line into our grand finals. 4 players
taking
all
their
excellent
seats.
In their own sense.
Now we will see the veto, guys. This is an important one.
Welcome to day 2 of Trackmania.
We have a full preview of day 2 first.
One more gate to go for the young man, and he will be the second.
Some highlights from last match.
And Neon will make
Neon,
it
the highlight of yesterday for many people. Just incredible how he was able to keep up with Carl.
Last week came in and set 5 world records.
Yeah, he's just turned 17. He was 16 in the qualifier. So insane to think about.
All of a sudden a threat that nobody saw coming.
Just crazy.
Some of the players we expected to do well are doing incredibly well. Anyway, Carl Jr., as always, is looking absolutely unstoppable after 2 days of competition. There was a time in the 2010s when Pac was maybe the only player who had a realistic shot at taking Carl Jr. down. But I think Pac is a player that everyone needs to be aware of as a threat.
Absolutely.
Grenady
Lower
is a
bracket
very
for
good
Pac,
player.
though.
The fact he's using wheel
Lower bracket
lets
for
him
Grenady.
really abuse,
Guys, do you want to hear something
frankly.
insane? We have a website called Trackmania, and they do a tier list based on pace, based on consistency, based on the average percentile position you get in a round. Like if you're, your average of your scores. Grenady is individually so far in this tournament the second highest performing player, and he's in the lower bracket. That is how insane that game was yesterday when he couldn't close out finalists.
Top
here we go.
Or you're through.
Here we go with the veto.
Can do here. And if you want to survive,
let's see what they picked. So Richie, first ban, should ban something else than Australia. Should be maybe Japan or Poland. Nyko tends to permaban Germany.
Good luck. But at this point,
expecting second ban to be Germany. Let's see. Richie bans Norway, he puts pressure, Germany goes down. Now Bren, does he ban Australia? Yes, he does ban it, and now Soldier stands free to ban South Korea, and this favors the two Canada specialists. Soldier and Richie prefer that map a lot. Bren with the Argentina pick, very interesting, thought it might be Saudi. Let's see what Nako does. Nako has, in past matches, been favoring Saudi himself. Now let's see what he goes for. So very clever here by Richie.
Canada, Argentina, Soldier by Canada.
Poland from Nyko comes through, and the final pick from Richie here. He tends to pick Canada when it's up. What map is he going to go for? He goes for Japan, the cider Hungary. Very, very of the Esports World Cup. Many people have got tickets to watch in the crowd, and I can feel it already that in the very first match even the tension in the arena is higher. So good luck all. We play till 140 points as usual with finalist mode. What that means is that after reaching 140 points, you must win one lap thereafter to secure your spot. And here we go. Starting on Canada. Soldier won the Elite Cup that was played on this map. Richie did pretty well for himself too. And they have been favoring this track all tournament long. Now, Nyko and Bren are not bad at the track by any means, but it's not their speciality. Nyko goes flying, Richie clips, and Bren, he said in interviews that yesterday he just could not get the 10-pointers. In Trackmania Esports, it's a lot about first places rather than just being consistent. If you think about the numbers, getting 3 first places and a crash gives you 30 or 33 points, and getting 4 second places gives you 24. It's a format that heavily rewards being the guy to cross the finish line first consistently, and Bren just could not get there yesterday. Now Soldier challenging for it on his favorite map. Down the hill with the ice slide. Bren has more speed though, that's a nice wiggle. And this is going to be a nail biter. Bren snipes that, he takes over first position just in the nick of time, and maybe heals some of the wounds from yesterday when he just could not get first places. By far the favorite in this matchup. Also, when looking at individual player stats, when looking at overall performance, Bren the clear candidate to take first seed here, but top 2 players advance and bottom 2 are out of the tournament. So still everything to play for all 4 players, even if Bren is a on-paper favorite. Here he gets a slow start and has less speed up the hill. This carries all the way until they round the blue pin and go into the second slalom part. Here Nyko pushing, 1 player drops off. That was Richie. Soldier and Bren in the middle of the field, still trailing Nyko by quite a lot. Nyko had that early mistake, fell down into last in the standing so far. Bren catching up though, it was 2 tenths, now it's way less. Sensing that he can maybe overtake in the ending as he did in the previous round. Soldier seeing what he can do also, but he clips the corner, and that's not going to be it. Nyko with a awkward line. Bren has again more speed. Is Nyko missing that? No, he makes it. He makes it into the bottom right corner. 10 points for Nyko, 6 for Bren, 4 for Solja, and 3 for Richie. So Bren at 16 points, and Nyko there at 13. Solja at 10, Richie at 7. The pace so far, nothing too crazy. We are expecting to see winning times around 102 low. 102.5 there is decent, but everybody has it within him to drive quicker. Bren very low in the wall ride, stays in the race though, does not clip. And now the slalom. If you touch any of the obstacles, you are immediately out. And there you can see Richie struggling on the first go at his favorite pick as well. Bren releasing a lot, and it is a 1 versus 1 for this 10-pointer. Nyko has dropped too far back. Bren caught a lot towards Nyko in the previous round. Now challenging Solja over the dirt, getting a bit more exit speed down the hill, rounding the snow corner, straightening out. Solja still holding his own, low to the right, close on the inside grass corner, setting up the drift to the left. Then the slalom awaits. Gotta have a line that goes a bit to the left, so you have a lot of room to set up the jump. And Solja should have that, but not leaving a lot of room for safety. Gets a 10-pointer himself, and we have a very balanced match so far, with 3 of the 4 players getting a 10-pointer. Only Richie right now, clearly behind, has yet to score any decent points for himself. 1 last place and 2 third places for him. Let's see what happens in the final round of Canada. Oh, Nyko, that is trouble. Even with a reaction time, he still cannot really save that lap. And there goes another player too. Solja falls down. Talking of Richie, the only player yet to get a 10-pointer, could do it here in the battle versus Bren, as the other players have fallen out of contention. Bren pushing though, giving Richie a strong challenge here through the dirt. Smooth slaloms from the World Championship runner-up last year. Will he claim 2 10-pointers here to kick us off? Let's find out. Wide there on the grass, Richie closing the gap a little bit. 0.12 of a second is not impossible into the ending. Good slide on the snow. But the speed is it there. Oh, Bren in a little bit of trouble. This will get close, but Bren still ahead. 200ths last time, 200th this time. The margins are working out in his favor, and he starts off map 1 with 32 points. And also, Bren, they're the only player to crash none of his laps. Very strong start to the match. And now we are going to Bren's map choice, second in the veto. We thought he might pick Saudi Arabia, but instead he went for Argentina. An interesting choice. This was banned away from him in one of the previous vetoes. So haven't yet gotten to see what Bren is capable of on this track. But when thinking about it, it could suit him stylistically. Also a map we've seen the pace improve rapidly on across the tournament. 1:12.22 by Gwen yesterday, 1:12.25 by Neon. Maybe the players could get as low as 1:11 throughout today and the final day tomorrow. That is what is required to get the most points. We will see everybody push it. Bren with a great slalom, overtaking all 4 players, landing up on the booster. Nyko with a good line. Still Bren leading. Now here, down the grass slope, people have a bit different lines. Bren setting up wide and carrying the speed down to the road. Solja falling behind a little bit. Now we have the different turnaround strategies. We've seen some people go up on the right side wall of the checkpoint here to get a bit of a wobble. That is too much from Solja, but the idea was there, and that making you slow down quicker. Everyone has fallen down, and it is Bren trying to take full control of the match here. First round of Argentina. Another 10-pointer. Good ice slide over the reset block. Nyko and Richie too far behind to do anything about it. It's still not 100% guaranteed. The ending portion here, you could fail it, but Bren tries to save the jump. He jumps very far, doesn't land flush with the wall. Still a great time to start us off here. Personal best for Bren, and momentum seems to be in his favor right now. Has gotten gotten over the defeat from yesterday. Right now, a essentially flawless match from Bren, because the rounds that he didn't win, he also drove clean laps. So he's 5 for 5 laps without any crashes. As for the other 3, it is very close, and people in their predictions are split, where on paper in the power rankings, most people will have Bren in first spot, but who you favor for second place here and qualifying through in the tournament is up in the air. Is it going to be Nyko, young prodigy, Solja, TMGL champion from 2022, or Richie, who's consistently been at the high level in the Creator Cup? Solja flew here. He takes a safer approach this time. It's not a fast approach necessarily, and Nyko gets a gap towards him. But again, we see the same picture. Bren with a commanding lead, nobody close to him, and with a good ending, he can secure another 10-pointer here. Nyko dropping into the ice. 3/10 behind Solja. Is he closing that gap? That looks like he's gained a couple hundredths. Still far. Bren, awkward landing. Oh, has to pull the emergency stops here to not flip the car. And he manages. Another 10 points, 112.83. For a second, I thought that was a 112.12. That would have been crazy. Personal best for Solja in third there. That is tough. Tournament personal best, that is. I want to remind you guys that the personal best tags we see are publicly known times. Every player going into this tournament practiced in secret, and there, by the way, we saw Bren's first mistake of the match. At 52 points, he can certainly afford it, but crashes the wall there out of the bobsleigh with the icy tires. 1 second behind. He's going to full send and maybe might make his way back to the field. Just to finish that point, the times are not known. We do not know what Carl Jr.'s actual personal best is. Same for Neon. We only know the times they drove on stage. Here, the turnaround. Bren for a moment climbed up to only 0.6 behind, now 0.8. This could be an important round for Nyko to get 10 points for himself. Secure the second place for now. Haven't seen anyone fail the ending in this match. Around the corner, Nyko landing onto the wall. That brings a lot of speed with it. He jumps, lands on the wall again, smooth as butter, and he takes this 10-pointer. 113.2. Slightly slower winning time, but gets the job done. And now the final round of Argentina. This is where Bren made the mistake. He has icy tires landing down on this road, and he was expecting a no drift, but then the car started sliding, losing control. This time gets around the slalom fast. This left setup is hard because you cannot really see the exit. You have to just play that in a part map until you have it on lock. And here you can see Bren doing it effortlessly. Close to the engine off corner, down to the checkpoint. All 4 drivers present. Oh, Solja in a bit of trouble, still makes it through the drift. Now the bobsleigh turn around, high for Richie. That is going to be a quick one though, but all 4 players get a rapid turnaround. Nyko versus Bren, the closest anyone's been to challenging Bren on this one. Nyko clips, and not going to be able to. All in Bren's hands once more. And he could go from that crash he had straight back into winning habits. Richie overtaking Solja. The battle for second place right now. Bren landing high on the wall, still fine. And with that, he wins a 3rd round on this map. 113-17. Good flow for Bren right now. 65 points in the match. And an important second place for Richie also, who had a slow start in Canada, but is coming back into the game. Shiny trophy. There are people, by the way, that are working here that arrive every day, and like they clean the trophy, so it's completely spotless. It doesn't have a speck of dust on it every day. Like it already looks so shiny, like a mirror, and still there's one guy and he comes in with gloves, like butler gloves, you know, and some tissue, and he makes sure it's sparkling clean. Like, that one is supposed to shine in whoever's cabinet, whoever gets to lift it tomorrow. We are going to Poland. So this was an interesting choice, a bit of a surprising one. Picked by Nyko. Not the first map we would expect from him, having seen him pick Saudi Arabia and Australia in prior matches. But he went for Poland now. Let's see what he can make happen on it. He is currently second place in the match at 44. Got 4 rounds to play here. Brando continuing to take leads early on. Continuing to drive with good flow. At the corner. It's misaligned for Urban's Drift. He crashes. Having said that, Nyko now with a chance. Oh, he clipped, and he slows down on the grass too. Full chaos on this first round here. Soldier versus Richie. Soldier crashes as well. This is a hard map to play with no warm-up before. Some players elect to ban this track a lot. Richie, oh, it's not over yet, guys. Oh, Nyko lands 2 sideways. He loses a bit of speed. And because of that, Richie takes a 10-pointer to kick off Poland. Round 2. Saw so many new world records on this track yesterday. The first 108 and then another 5 or so improvements thereafter. 98, then 96, then 95, then 917, and now the 910 from Guan. And it is possible for the players to get as low as 108, 80 or so here. Now, Bren, okay. Double crash here on Poland. Slow start for him. Nyko had the tiniest mistake on the first plank jumps here. The back wheel just clipping a pixel off the landing, gave him a slowdown he was not ready for here. He's gonna go a bit more left, avoids it. Soldier gets a crash this time. And now what can Nyko do with a 0.4 lead? Can he set himself apart from the others in that second place battle? Richie got within 4 points of him. Richie crashed now. And looking, oh, he made it, Nyko made it very low. I was gonna say, looking at Soldier and Bren splits, they're at danger of not finishing the lap. There's a 10-second finish timeout. Nyko 1:09.14, very strong time. Bren will be able to finish at plus 8 seconds. Soldier unfortunately gets 0 points here. 73 for Bren, 60 for Nyko, 52 for Richie, and 39 for Soldier. We play till 140, so Bren now has just crossed the halfway mark in points. Good outside line by all 4. Now gotta avoid these simple mistakes. A crash there is an unforced error from Bren. He knows it, he avoids it this time. And now the second place he crashed, this left drift. It's a good setup to the left. Gets a lot of space into the dirt turn and open the steering early on and carry the speed onto the plank. Soldier missing this one again. Has not had an easy time there. Richie with a poor landing. Bren versus Nyko, battle for 10. Through the water turn, who carries the most speed? That is Nyko. Bren crashes for a 3rd round in a row, and that will put him down into last place. Now, Nyko versus Soldier up front. Nyko with good enough landings to hold his own. Just gotta not clip the wheel, and he should have it secured here. What's the final time gonna be? This is quick. 1:09.2. And Nyko is gaining a lot towards Bren here. And if you think about the bigger picture, right? You would rather that the guy who's in second place get all the 10-pointers. Because Richie and Soldier are ultimately the 2 players you'd have to beat. You just have to stay top 2. So if you're Bren here, you might be happy to see that it's at least Nyko getting 10-pointers when you fail. First seed and second seed, not too much of a difference at this point in the tournament, because you are bound to face incredible opposition no matter which next match you end up in. That is how it is at this point. approach the top 16. Today's matches will have us decide who advances into that bracket. The players who qualified through the upper bracket are resting today. They're already through. Brand 4 crashes in a row on Poland. A disaster performance here on this map. Still can afford it because the first 2 maps were good. Maybe he can salvage something here in the ending. And Nyko with a stellar performance, conversely, winning almost every round. We see Soldier crash there. Maybe Brent can turn this into a second place. Richie has a bit low speed, but he has an inside line. He secures it. It's Nyko first, Richie second, Brent third, and Soldier fourth. So we will say goodbye, guys, to 8 top players today in these next 4 matches. And they are pretty stacked. While we have the next map loading, I'm going to tell you guys about the next match that's coming up. After this one is played, we will have Grenadi, Massa, Wissy, Flimsy. Grenadi and Massa playing against each other in match 2 today. Then match 3 is Otak, Wosal, Josh, and Linkmax. And the last match of the day is Moda, Pack, Pustito Paco, Offi. Like that is, in my opinion, a match that you could see in the semifinals, almost a grand final of this tournament. And it happens in the lower bracket qualification towards the top 16. Like, that's how insane this tournament has been. Moda, Pack, Pustito Paco, Offi in a match in the lower bracket before the top 16. It's crazy. 2 of those players are going home. After half a year of preparation for this tournament. It's unbelievable. So here we have Japan. Now, something interesting. This was Brent's first pick in his opening match of the tournament. And he didn't favor it here. It was open for him, but he went for Argentina. And this one was picked by Richie. So Brent really strong in this map. Richie, 4th pick, didn't really have that many options available. It was this Hungary or Saudi Arabia. And so he went for Japan. Brent crashing though after building up such an impressive lead. Still actually fighting for first, despite a wall touch. Look at that, he's coming right back into first as Soldier hits the wall. And Brent looks like nothing changed in the positions. He's still up by 0.2. Around the bend, Nyko equalized him on points after Poland. Now Brent wants to set himself apart again through the final corner round. The 2 couple of gates. Onto the booster, Brent survives. Clean lap also in the ending. 1:16.1 with a full-on wall touch. That's an impressive time. So Brent at 90, Nyko at 86, Richie 68, and Soldier only 49 here. This is becoming a really difficult situation. That far down. Comeback only really possible if you stay around 30 points behind or so. Players fall further behind than that, it takes a miracle to recover. We saw it yesterday. Mime was about 30 points behind Grenadi entering finalist mode and still managed to end up ahead there. But that took a lot of fortunate situations to go his way. Round 2 of Japan. Brent ahead of Nyko. This has been the match picture. Those 2 challenging the most. Richie and Soldier struggling a little bit, just losing a couple of hundredths per checkpoint sector. Up the hill here, who wants it the most? Brent losing a little bit of time there. Nyko overtakes. Commit for the turn. Better from Brent, but here the speed. Better for Nyko. Roundabout equal. Nyko though, with 500ths. Into the next checkpoint. What now in the last turn? Who carries the most speed? Brent for a moment, but Nyko takes it in the ending. Great race by both players. PB on the track in match from both as well. And now they're again equal at 96 points. We're almost at the 100 mark. Almost at the 100 mark. 3 digits should happen for either Brent or Nyko in this round. Maybe both. Backflip, good by all players, but Brent again just bit more precise there through everything. 2/10 ahead. Into the NASCAR turn. This is where huge differences happen. Bit more speed carried onto the straightaway, and you gain a lot up to the next checkpoint. Bren 0.25 ahead. Down the checkpoint turn. Into the first couple engine off gates. There goes Nyko out, and a huge opportunity for Bren now to get a big point lead on the scoreboard. Nyko last place, 4 seconds behind. Oh, but Bren clips too. Solja with an opportunity he has to make use of here, because this could be the last match Solja plays. 10 points is a must right now in such a situation. Bren crashes again, and he crashes at a moment where fragile happens. Wonder if he got punished for that or not. Will Bren? Yeah, looks like his car is fine. It's drivable. Solja looks like he has control of first. Richie second, Bren in third, and Nyko fourth. Things almost flipped there, but Bren and Nyko ending up bottom 2. Those are our top players, and that means the match is equalizing a little bit. Still, though, it is a big gap, guys. And comeback for both Richie and Solja is unlikely. But soon, the map rotation will flip back to Canada, which just so happens to be their best map. So we will see what unfolds. Bren behind on the start this time. Expect to see him ahead here. But overall, he tends to gain in this segment also, all the way out. And then the speed, and look now how he just eats Solja. And Nyko as well is being hunted down. Bren with a wide setup. There he overtakes Nyko. Richie still ahead, but the blue and pink car is overtaking them all. Oh, it's an equal race still. Around the low speed drifts, but Bren is an expert in this domain as well. Really able to control the car in the third gear especially. This third gear drifts, releases, that's where he shines. That's a lot of RPG obstacle maps experience. The first style that Bren really perfected, but Hero commits a little bit too early, crashes in the last couple of corners. Nyko versus Richie is the battle, and Nyko here with a good shot at taking first in the match as he scores 10 valuable points, leads the match now. 109 to Bren's 103. See some fearful fans. What's unfolding? Bren's lead was about 20 points to everyone after the first 2 maps. Then Poland was not very good, and Japan there, a bit of potential left on the table with those crashes. Now Hungary. This map is one that nobody really tends to pick, but players also shy away from. If it is in the rotation, sure, you're not going to expend your ban on this, but nobody is actively picking this map. And the reason is that these last jumps, where you jump onto the beams, are so difficult to be accurate on. It feels to the players a little bit like a coin toss at the end of every lap, because you have to commit at full speed. You cannot take your time and set it up slowly. You just send it into those jumps and hope that the car sticks the landing perfectly. One tiny wheel clip either on the entry or the right side, well, the exit of the beams, and you end up falling off. So you'll see that coming up. This map is high volatility. That's what we're trying to get at. All 4 players quite close through the dirt. Only Nyko falling a bit behind. Now drift around the checkpoint. Go onto this plank. 1 release or brake tap to get on an inside trajectory. Bren has a good landing. Nyko falling further behind. Bren overtakes first place for a moment, but speed here decides a lot. Equal-ish between him and Solja. And now the beam jumps I have been talking about. First landing, good from all 4 players. Bren extending his lead. Solja still there lurking. What about the second one? Bren gets it. But Nyko showing what can go wrong if you clip there. And it's a very frustrating one to lose around just at the very last hurdle, if that happens. Bren 113, Nyko 112. As much as we talk about Bren, we also have to give tremendous credit for Nyko here. This is his first tournament on a stage. He's playing household names in Trackmania Esports and previous world champion Bren from 2023. And After over 100 points, he has managed to hold his own, has managed to drive within 0.1 of a second of the world record on Poland, his map choice. He made the most of that. And now here, despite a mistake in the first round of Hungary, is contesting for seed 1 in this match. Beam turn here, Bren again ahead. This time Soldiers dropped down. He was Bren's closest opponent in the round previous. Now Nyko with a lot of speed, and look how much he's gaining towards Bren. Looking for that 10-pointer, the jump up on the beam, both of them get it. Now round the last drift, who has the most speed? Bren has better speed. He gets a smooth downhill and uphill, and Bren takes the first position back. Soldier missing the finish there by clipping. And Richie takes third, Soldier fourth. Also question in the chat regarding prize pool, is this the biggest Trackmania event ever? It is by far the biggest Trackmania prize pool ever. Previously, the biggest Trackmania prize pool we've had was Ascension, tournament hosted by Serrator. And I forget what the total prize pool was, but the winner of that tournament received 66,000 euros. That was Gwen. The winner of this tournament receives $130,000. So it is magnitudes bigger than anything we've seen before. That is why this matters so much to all the players. Life-changing opportunity here if you have one good tournament, 4 days of good matches. Could be you walking away with the jackpot. But for two other players in this match, their opportunity at it will end today. And again, first this time low speed. He gets overtaken by both Soldier and Nyko, but both have some troubles in the ending. Soldier takes first. Nyko crucially not getting 6 points there for second. And he falls down to third. Bren's lead increases, 129 to 121. Played to 140, so Bren ending up on a bit of an unfortunate scoreline here. A 10-pointer would put him 1 point short. What he's looking for, 140. Out to the outside, Nyko again falling down a bit. His momentum seems to have slowed down. Not finding the groove on this map whatsoever. Good landing from Bren yet again. Richie has a lot of speed though. He is looking to overtake into the hairpin turn. That's the best exit speed here, hard to tell. Bren is ahead as we see the camera up in the distance. Someone clipped the landing, that was Richie. Bren versus Soldier in the battle for this 10-pointer. Will Soldier snipe it? Bren released, hesitating on the jump. And Soldier takes that one away, but regardless, Bren still finds himself 1 round short of finalist. And now, we go back to Canada. A map that Soldier and Richie have to make the most of. This is their speciality. If there's a way back in the game for them, it is this one map right here. All right. Bren won 2 of the rounds here. He will find himself finalist on this map. He had 2 round wins and 2 second places. The pace was about 102.4, 102.5, and everyone in the field is capable of at least 102.2, 102.1. So this will be a nail biter. Did also see quite a lot of crashes in the early parts of the round. The sausage uphill is one of the most scary ones here. Coming up on the left. You have to commit at full speed. If you don't, you lose a lot of time anyways, and then you risk crashing. All of them made it through. Best for Nyko. Different setups into the no-break section, releasing just in time to hold 4th gear. Good turn by Nyko and Bren. Bren with a 1st or 2nd place here will go into finalist. That is a awkward approach into the dirt. He had to release. He loses 2 positions. Nyko drops off, crashing the slalom. Soldier and Richie, Canada specialists, fighting Bren here, trying to deny him. If Richie passes here, this would be Bren 1 point short. Soldier holding first for now. Bran with a wide setup, losing a bit of ground, crashing there. And this will not be Bran entering finalist mode directly. It's Soldier taking 10 points here. And both of them cross 100 points and are getting closer in the match overall. This is going to get very interesting. Soldier 106 and Richie 105. They are not too far behind. And they still have 3 more rounds of this track to play. Now, whatever happens, Bran likely to hit finalist here, but he has to try to go for the 10 anyways. Has to try to deny the others from mounting a comeback. Wide setup from Soldier, dives late into the turn, carries a lot of speed. Everybody survives the slalom uphill, and we again have a full battle. All our fighters present. Oh, that's a crash from Nyko. Many rounds in a row now. First on Hungary, and it continues on Canada. Not really finding the groove, the flow. Something's missing. And he's just collecting 3-pointers as it is. Soldier and Richie are getting a lot closer now. Again, look at this. Top 2. Bran has dropped down. And they can start climbing back in the match. Both of them make the last jump. Bran enters finalist mode. And this, if we think back, is why it was so important for Richie not to ban Australia. If Richie banned Australia, Bran would ban this map right here. And now you get to see the effects of it. Everything play out. Bran hits finalist, has to beat them in 1 round now to secure his top seed, but the others are rapidly approaching finalist mode himself. 1 10-pointer for Nyko would do it into finalist mode, and Soldier and Richie also sensing, getting closer. Into the drift now. Where is Bran? The blue and pink car is what we're looking at. He climbs past everyone. Now the slalom. This is where Nyko has been struggling, and again he's touched the wall. Full-on faceplant out of the battle. But now Richie and Soldier against Bran. This time it matters for real. Bran was only trying to deny last time. Here he is sending it all for the win. No more points to collect. Just a qualification spot into the top 16. And the last day of matches tomorrow. Richie, the only opponent standing in his way, but it's a 0.2 of a second gap. Richie with a good end, could deny Bran advancement right here. Will he hold on in the downhill? Bran less speed than Richie, even Soldier getting a bit closer, and Richie will deny Bran's finals attempt here. 1:02.2, and the winning pace is getting faster. We're seeing 0.1, we're seeing 0.2, and Nyko, sigh of relief and a small clap. He knows there's still a chance for him here to get top seed. Second place or first place would have him get finalist mode right now. Last round of Canada. And it's getting tense. Richie 125, Soldier 116, but Richie has failed to start here and lost about a second. He's out of contention. The burden now falls on Nyko, who's been crashing 3 rounds in a row, and Soldier, who's been consistent, but Bran has seemed to have a tiny bit more pace than for now. Let's see what happens in the no-break slalom. All 3 survive, but there goes Soldier, a bit low speed. Now Nyko, if there's one round where you have to find the feeling, it's this one through the dirt slalom. Can't afford to crash here. Uses a bit more room and loses a bit of time to Bran, who hits the wall. Loses time to Nyko. 0.5 or so is the gap going into the ending. Nyko here just has to hold his own, and he will take us to the next map with a double finalist battle for top seed. He rounds the corner, no mistake, but he is a bit far on the right side. Ice slides. That is going to go through to the finish and deny Bran yet again. Opportunity still remains for Soldier and Richie as well. This is getting tense now. That is about 3 failed finalist attempts in a row. And that is when things really start to get dicey. This is when the nerves happen. Now, the good thing for Bran is that he was winning a lot of rounds on Argentina. He had good pace on this map. He knows that if it didn't happen on Canada, he still has time on Argentina. Except for a crash, this is when he was really consistent and winning rounds. But it is double finalist. Expecting to see a 1:12 mid here as the winning time. The other players were averaging around 1:13 low. Bran, the only player step above that on his peak pace, but it matters to execute immediately. Nyko could take top seed. And Nyko has a better start. But the difficulties begin right here with the slalom drifts through this corner. Bren doing it excellently, overtaking Soldier and Richie. The sideways landing and the setup is best for Bren. Look at the speed slide now on the grass. Nyko slower across this entire plane until we round the corner through the checkpoint. Bren up a 10th, Nyko with a poor landing. Bren up 3/10 to Nyko. Soldier has had some struggles in this next turnaround, and Bren had to release the drift. He didn't want the round to go sour there. Turnaround, who's it best for? Soldier does not collect the checkpoint, and all of a sudden, Bren has a half a second lead into the ending of Argentina. The release is good. The setup between the blocks is good. Nyko shakes his head. He knows there goes his opportunity. Richie's too far to make something happen, and Bren has it all in his hands right now. The first day didn't go his way with going into the lower bracket, but here he can secure top 16 and into the final day. All the same, the last landing in the bobsleigh, just got to aim in the middle. He's releasing, he knows he has it, and Bren says GG in the chat and goes through to tomorrow, the final day for Bren. That got very scary, and let me tell you, it is also very scary for Nyko now. Nyko is not just trying to get top seed, he's trying to survive in the tournament. Richie and Soldier, if they deny a couple of rounds here, will get to finalists themselves, and this is where stage experience matters. Nyko, his first time playing a big tournament of this scale on a stage in finalist mode with everything on the line. Can he control his nerves? It started falling apart on Canada, and now what can he make of it? What can he make of it against Richie and Soldier? Good speed through here. Soldier has dropped down a bit. Great landing from Nyko. Locked in on the player camera. Soldier and Richie are both a bit behind Nyko. Over tilt on the reactor. And this can get very scary, I'm telling you. Richie would be happy with a second place. That would still put him into finalist mode. Doesn't need to challenge Soldier here. Nyko's made another mistake. And now Richie knows he will get finalists regardless. Can try to make Soldier's life difficult. Can try to put Soldier at 129 points here with a first place in this round. Decides to go for it. 1/10 ahead. Smooth onto the booster. Cannot miss this landing. Looks smooth enough. Just gotta aim between the booster. And he has it. Richie goes into finalist. Puts Soldier on a bad number. And makes it a 1 versus 1 here. For at least one round. Against Nyko. Tournament life on the line. One round of Trackmania. Let's see who takes it. Nyko's had a couple opportunities now. It hasn't gone his way. And he clutched it up. Good setup to the drift. Ahead of the other two. Out widest for Richie. Disappears from view. Didn't get a good landing there. Lost 0.3 of a second. Nyko versus Soldier up front now. Nyko's had a bit of struggles in the gap jump at the ending. Soldier's had a bit of struggles in this next turnaround. First the setup on the reactor. Oh, that's again too sideways. Nyko in a bit of trouble. Losing 0.5. Soldier gets the turnaround. And he could deny both players right now. Are you kidding me? He could give Richie another chance, who fell behind on the start. Now it's him actually that could overtake if Soldier makes a mistake in the ending. Nyko just has to hope that Soldier is there to deny them both right now. The Guardian Angel. 139 points Soldier would be. He is making it happen. The last part cannot fail the gap. He gets through. 139 for Soldier. Unfortunate digits. Nyko breathing a sigh of relief. But the tension is high. The nerves are high. And when you're stressed, trying to control these tiny controller movements with your left thumb, not easy. Not easy at all. A lot of steering wheel players have said that the biggest notable change is that in high tension rounds, you don't have to do these tiny movements with shaky hands. That is not the same for controller players. I think we just saw Soldier with a mistake. And here we go, everybody. This is going to be the final round of this match, deciding tournament life. Most likely Soldier is out of it. It's Richie or Nyko to advance in the Esports World Cup and fight for $500,000. Who is it going to be? into the turnaround. This has been Nyko's main struggle point right now. He sets up better onto the wall this time and will not fail it. But the danger's not over. He gains a lot of time though, but he goes too sideways. Richie has a golden opportunity right now. The other two players are far behind. He will see the checkpoint split here, and now he will know 2.6 seconds is what he has to hold on to. He looks iron focused. Looks like he's trying to control his breath. Looks like he's trying to control his mind. Don't celebrate too early. Don't take it for granted. He entered finalist mode third, far behind Nyko, far behind Bran, but he is the one who steps out second of this match and advances in the tournament. Insane clutch by Richie. And it started on Canada. It started on Canada. That is where he made his comeback happen. And he can thank his smart pick and ban decision for having great chances in this match. And unfortunate for Nyko. Lots of potential. Young player. Definitely disappointed with how this one went, but still lots to look forward to for him in Trackmania. One of the up-and-comers for sure, and yeah, you can tell. You can tell, you start contemplating all your decisions, you start contemplating all the rounds you'd crashed. I think especially Canada for Nyko is going to be haunting. So many mistakes in both playthroughs. But such is the tournament. We will say goodbye to a lot of strong players today and tomorrow. Wow, just wow. Insane stuff, guys. Let's hear in with the commentary desk what they have to say.
Even just when the pressure was on, it was Soldier and it was Richie who thrived and who stole points away from the two at the top, and Bren, he was just in a position where he only needed one round. Imagine if he was a couple, 10 more points down.
Absolutely. I was going to say it, right? That even for Bren, it's a match win. It's a match win.
Yeah,
it's playoffs.
Nobody here is happy.
You can see it, the look on his face. It is one of relief rather than of exultation. But Bren moves to playoffs.
Man,
let's go over to the stage for an interview to see how Bren himself feels about it.
My friends, this is how it goes. We crushed some keys at the end of it. Come on over with me, gentlemen. Bren and Richie, what a game we just had. And our Kree Crusher is ready to eat. Bren, you're up first. You're crushing Nako's key. What do you think of that?
I feel disappointed for him. I'm happy for myself, of course, but I wish there were other players' keys to crush, you know?
Well, there's a couple here. Go for it. You got it first.
If you're a Pyramid fan, look
here,
away.
Richie, just for a second.
Don't look.
Bren's gonna go for this one. It is crushing an incredible player and eliminating Nako from Trackmania at the Esports World Cup.
No.
And back, stop. Let's go.
Brutal. Brutal, guys.
We're gonna swap over and ask you real quick here. Come on in. Come, stay with me for a moment here.
One less pyramid.
Look, you're going to be playing in the group with Gwen and Epos later. What do you feel about that game? Anything you'd like to say to them?
Gwen and Epos.
I need to step up my game. They're really, really strong players. If I play like today, it's going to be tough, but I know I'm capable. I've done much better matches in the past. I've done it in the past as well to beat them, so why not tomorrow?
Bren.
It's a great time to be in the playoffs.
It's going to be one of the matches in the upper bracket.
Look, you're second place. Tomorrow you're going to be playing Stuffs and Binks in their group
Stuffs
with a fourth person yet to be decided. Anything you'd like to say to them ahead of that game?
Honestly, I'm just so happy that I'm qualified. Like, I don't really care where I play tomorrow. Like, it's insane to play tomorrow.
Believe it.
Wow, incredible.
Incredible to witness it. Come on over.
So
Set for you to crush
Richie.
our second key. Come on over this side. Bren, stay
made it
behind
happen
me.
under the pressure.
Follow our director here, our key master. Crushing our final key in this matchup.
Oh, no.
Yet another one to be crushed. Our first set of the day here, day 3 Trackmania, the Esports World Cup. And there it is. Whoa! Hearts and Dreams are going to have to pull it back. But you know who's ready to take it away on the other side to break it all down? That's, of course, our Dest.
Split the pyramid in half.
Enjoy.
Tough to watch.
Well, there is a lot to delight from there if you are a Trackmania fan, and a bit of heartbreak on the side. That was Nako's key getting crushed alongside Soldiers, as it ends up being Bryn who will move on.
We have a sick game coming up, guys.
Richie, two
next
names
match.
Happy to be there. Richie, as we come back to the desk, Turbo
next
and
match
Imports
right now is
just
going to
making
be
it to the quarterfinals
Grenadi,
is something that he's
Massa,
excited about.
Wizzy, Flimsy.
I think he still cannot believe it.
Grenadi and Massa are playing against each other.
3 hours later, oh, yeah, I've made it.
Wizzy as well, the double steering wheel battle. Flimsy,
well.
Yeah.
a big surprise from North America as well, finds himself there.
On the flip
Very
side,
exciting
Grenadi
matchup coming up.
One of the longest travel distances, so congratulations to them.
And I'll get a little bit into the veto because if you're just joining the stream, this morning I sat and looked thoroughly for a couple of hours at every map players have picked and banned thus far in the tournament. Also which position they picked and banned it in, because it matters, right? If you ban a map 4th, it might be that the map you intended to ban had already been banned. So you didn't have to bother with that and you could ban something else. So from that we can infer a lot of things about what is going to happen, but it's also made interesting by the fact that Grenadi and Massa are teammates, and it's possible that they are going to collaborate in this pick and ban and get a veto that they're both equally happy with. We also have Scrappy here.
Soldier pulls it back to within one mistake. One lap would have actually been the difference between a triple finalist mode for all three of them, and then who knows what would have happened in Port.
Yeah, and I mean, thinking of Nako having the struggle, I think that's just due to inexperience and inability to close out. I think that's just the immaturity of him as a Trackmania player, just not having that experience that he needs to have on stage.
So we can start discussing it a little bit. I don't have any graphic for you, so you'll kind of have to hear the information I'm saying and understand what I'm getting at. So far in the tournament, Grenadi has always banned Korea. He has banned South Korea. And it seems like that map might be his permaban, because not a lot of people ban it. It's always open for him to ban, and he bans it away. Conversely, Massa's main pick has been South Korea. Whenever it's been available for him, he picks South Korea. So what do we make of this? Does Grenadi really ban away Massa's preferred map when they're the last two players to make their move in the veto? They have top seed 1 and 2. Or do we see maybe Grenadi let South Korea go and maybe they have a different game plan, right? The first player to act in the veto is Flimsy. He always bans Norway. Massa tends to ban Norway as well, and so Flimsy will likely ban Norway. That frees up Massa's ban to ban something else. Whenever that happened in the past, Massa banned Hungary. Find it unlikely we see that map, and maybe what Massa can do is spend his ban on banning away Wissy's best map,
when you looked like you
which
were turning
looks to
things
be
around.
Saudi Arabia.
Hungary, back to back, then Canada, and then
We
even
will see.
Argentina after that big mistake.
Interview.
Yeah, so the match started well, but I would have liked to have more points in Canada, because I knew Poland wasn't my cup of tea, but I played so bad on Poland, so I had to bring it back. So I tried to get some 10-pointers, some back-to-back wins on Hungary, on what was the last map?
Canada and then Argentina.
Canada and Argentina. Argentina is a map I didn't play. It was the first time I played it on stage. Normally I was good on it, but I just didn't feel it this time around. So it was very close, but congratulations to Richie and Brand of closing it out. So yeah.
We know you've had time away from the game. Are you now kicking yourself a little bit, especially what's at stake tomorrow?
Yeah, I would have liked to be top 16. That was the goal, but unfortunately I just played bad on stage. I had a little bit of less preparation than usual, but even though with the preparation I would have liked to be top 16, played a little bit better on stage, and that just didn't happen.
Has this inspired you now to come back and play more?
It was honestly the first couple
of rounds
getting old.
I'm almost 29, so it's nice to be back in the scene. Enjoy this experience as well. So it's been wonderful, but I'm very disappointed just in myself and in my performance. So
they're so friendly,
no excuses,
guys.
But it is what it is.
What an experience, though.
I
Commiserations.
met him at the lunch the other day.
Congrats.
Got to meet him for the first time. Always smiles, always positive. And it sucks to see a lot of these players' dreams go a bit up in flames right here at the tournament. And like, if you think about it, the first 4 rounds of Canada were just a bit too slow. Soldier got away from that maybe with around 20 points. If he gets just 1 more point there, you know, he at least has a chance at finals in the ending. If he gets 30, 35 points, which might be what you expect from him based on where he's been, right? Then he would be finalist 1 round earlier, and maybe he could close it out in Argentina.
I don't buy
just the
out
small
that
things.
age comment there necessarily, sorry, but I mean, he just got beaten by Richie, who is older than him and in his 30s. So I'm sorry, I don't necessarily buy into that. However, it is crushing to see. Soldier is a great player, has a good history within Trackmania. We want to see him back. We want to see him do better. I know it's heartbreaking to go through a loss and be disappointed in the lack of preparation or just not having that flow that you used to have maybe when you were a little bit younger. But guess what? We're humans. We're able to reinvent ourselves as we go on through life. And honestly, for Soldier, it's his choice at the end of the day, but he could reinvent himself. He could be even better than what he currently is.
Quarterfinals after a couple-year break. That's high expectations, so I think Soldier doing pretty well there. We'll see what ends up happening with his future. Stay tuned for more Trackmania Esports after the Esports
Look at these matches, guys.
Coming up next, it's the group stage, Group B decider number 2.
Grenadi, Wizzy, and Massa, Flimsy.
Grenadi, Massa, Wizzy, and Flimsy about to take the stage.
Otak, Wosa, Link, Josh, Hack, Pasito Paco, Mudda, Uffy.
In the meantime, Chris,
just insane. Just insane, that last one.
Club Championship.
It's lower bracket before top 16, and it could just as easily be the the finals, semifinals. So absurd.
We're here at the STC Arena with Ginny for CS. I mean, look, AGL's week is not really going that great, right? I mean, Fortnite not looking too hot, going out of Crossfire, which was a massive surprise. But CS is the opportunity for Falcons to fully close the door.
Yeah, this is really the chance where they're able to do it, but we're in quarterfinal territory right now. So Falcons is playing Legacy, which is literally the game happening just right now. If they win, they manage to go into those semifinals. Now, their opponent for the semifinal is going to be the winner of Vitality against Spirit, which in and of itself is going to be another incredible game. But there is a world, Chris, where Vitality and Falcons go up against each other in the semifinal, and one of them ruins the chances for the other for their CC points.
That's going to be really interesting as well, especially in front of this French home crowd. I think I know which side the crowd is going to be on.
So right now, Falcons are leading the club championship with 4,600. All Gamers Global are at 4,300. And so from Trackmania, this could become quite important. Trackmania, you have Vinx and Gwen playing for AGAL, and together they could score quite a lot of points. Falcons only have one player, that is Carl, and we expect Carl to go pretty far, so it's Carl versus Vinx and Gwen really for the club championship at EWC. Huge prize pool to the organizations who do the best. So that's interesting. But yeah, guys, Vito, another thing that we talked about is like Wizzy probably has the least clear plan going into this. He has to make his decision on what he bans before he sees what Grenadi and Massa do. And you're essentially going in blind. In past matches, he's banned Canada and Japan and picked Saudi Arabia both times. If that were to happen, it does leave a couple of crazy maps in. Australia would very likely be available in this match, which is something we don't see a lot. It's the least played map of the tournament so far. We've seen it once or twice, and other than that, it's just been gone. Nobody really likes the full speed map. It's just, they struggle to survive it and they struggle to do it perfectly. So what is this? 6-7.
He's practicing.
It's not even that fast. I could go faster. I could definitely go faster.
Well, that's a good example of what you're going to be seeing here in a moment. Wizzy and Grenade there on your screen just most recently going to be taking to the stage, and that means that we're going to be seeing some
totally doing
action as well. As we welcome you back to the panel, Rain Day here.
He's totally doing
still
it.
Got the same guys. Turbo, rocking an import, doing his, what is that, visualization? I like that. His eyes closed.
Guys,
maybe Wizzy does that as well in this match.
Maybe
we have two.
Is no one in the crowd doing the
track
6-7?
are we
no,
racing?
they're not.
We're doing that.
I don't know. If
it's not on the map.
Track, it's
it has to be Canada actually because of the slaloms.
Oh, you're right. It's got to be Canada.
Yeah, there you go. But
that's exactly how it looks. It's
look
at Grenade, Massa, Wizzy, Flimsy. Crazy stuff.
Two teammates playing in one match, and two players will go through. So we could see both going through. One, maybe no one, maybe it will be Wizzy.
Many people, if you were to predict this, have Grenade as the clear favorite. I mentioned this earlier on. I mentioned this again. Grenade is the second highest individual performer according to eCircuit Mania. They have stats they track based on pace, consistency, overall performance rating, average positions they get, average amount of DNFs, etc. And he's the second highest performer, only behind Carl Jr. Yet he's in the lower bracket. That's how crazy that match with Elcon and Mime was yesterday. And we will see. He is definitely capable of winning this one. I think many people have a close match between Wizzy and Massa for second spot here, with Flimsy as an underdog, outside shot. And the veto, I think, might decide who the favorite in that battle is. If Massa gets South Korea, I think he's the clear favorite. If South Korea is banned away by Grenade, or maybe even by Wizzy, then Wizzy's consistency might beat Massa here. Wizzy hasn't crashed a lot at all. Very low crash percentage.
Right, Grenade joins me now. First up, how are you feeling? I know you've been under the weather. Is it still something you're struggling with?
Had a cold.
I mean, it's okay. It definitely doesn't help, obviously, but yeah, I would say I'm doing good. It's not like I could blame it on the cold if I mess up. So it's of course not helpful, but it's okay. I'm doing fine.
I feel like it did affect your day one, though.
Yeah, the media day was actually very stressful because we also had to talk a lot and I had a bit of a sore throat there, so that was definitely not nice, but on the days after where we just had to focus on playing, it was actually okay.
Put aside the cold then, how are you feeling on track at the moment? It's been a bit of an up and down competition so far.
Yeah, I mean, I played pretty good yesterday. Sadly, just couldn't close it out in the end. But overall, I'm pretty happy with my performance so far. Also, I think it's the tournament I prepared the most so far out of my entire career. A lot of preparation went into this. I'm also feeling comfortable on stage in theory. I really like the setup. But in the end, there's good players only here. Anything can happen, of course. But yeah, hopefully can make it today.
Is there a certain thing you're practicing because this is the biggest Trackmania competition?
Not really different to what I usually do in competitions. It's more like just do everything a bit better and practice harder, kind of. I try to be consistent. I try to not have any crashes while also maintaining as much pace as possible, which is obviously difficult. The maps are very hard. The opponents are very strong. But yeah, overall, I'm just doing the same I do always, just more of it, basically.
Talking about the opponents, you know your next opponent, or one of them pretty well, Massa, of course. How tricky is this when you know somebody like him inside and out?
Yeah, I mean, we've been friends for multiple years already. We've been team colleagues for multiple years. We've been practicing together for multiple years, also for this competition, of course. So we know basically everything about each other on track. So yeah, that's of course not helpful. But I really, really hope we can both make it. That would, of course, be the ideal scenario for us.
Not
it will
helpful.
be tough, but I'm pretty confident we are in theory strong. But in the end, anything can happen. So I just hope we can lock in and push our pace and show what we're capable of.
Would you ever work together? Would tactics come into play?
I mean, a little bit, of course, but we also, to be fair, to be transparent, we also spoke with the other opponents. Like, we're in general in the Trackmania scene, we're all friends, and yeah, we kind of know what's going to happen more or less, and then it's just about who performs the best on the track at that moment.
Okay, so they have a pretty good idea of what maps
what is going to happen.
Now, I mean, in terms of what maps are going to be played, we probably already know. It's mostly set in stone, I would say. And yeah, so it's really just about who has the raw pace, basically.
Do you think you have the raw pace?
Yes, the question is just if you can bring it down. That's
the question always. Yeah.
Confident making it in the top 2 today to go through?
Yeah, I would say so.
You had a pause. I love it when they go, yeah, I'd say so. Well, we hope you do.
He said top 2, not top 1.
Thank you, thank you.
That's why he paused, by the way. She said top 2, and he's like, yeah. he was not like doubting if he's gonna make it. It's just like, why didn't you say top 1? Guaranteed. Here's my prediction for the veto. I think Flimsy bans Norway. Wizzy bans either Canada or Japan. I'm not sure about it. Musa, if he's clever here, bans Wizzy's best map. He bans Saudi Arabia. Grenadi typically bans South Korea. Might leave it open. Grenadi first picked Poland yesterday. Curious if he's going to go back to that or elect to do something else. Not sure. Musa also likes the map. Germany has done really well there. So we'll see with the picks, but that is my expectation for the bans. I don't know exactly what Grenadi would ban. He might ban away Australia even, just to not have that in the match.
Let's see what you guys think about who's going to go through. Make sure to get your
especially Saudi would be a good ban because the big players haven't had the best performance on it. They have that strange line there. If there's one map to ban Saudi, it's probably this one. Now Flimsy, he really is good on Japan, if you guys remember. That's typically a map he goes for.
Maybe just the pride coming in, wanting to take that second or that first place.
Here we go, guys. The player previews, then the introductions on stage, and then we have the match starting.
The big bros. I think they have the edge coming into this. They have the skill
and
to be
like
able to
we've talked about,
it,
these are elimination matches. Top 2 advance, bottom 2 are out of the tournament.
Okay. It will be so close. I think it will be a double final situation in the end between Wizzy plus one of the big members because he played such a good match yesterday as well, and also on the day beforehand, he was showing great pace, but he's just not
briefly
quite there
met Wizzy at the lunch today.
To see Flimsy on the other hand,
said he felt confident.
Really that pace. That'll be exciting if Flimsy pulls off a couple of early rounds in this matchup.
Had a pretty good shot at this
start
one.
To make everybody sweat. It's going to be 2 well-known Trackmania players in Musa and Grenadi. Wizzy trying to jump into that P1 or P2, and Flimsy seeing if he can pull off the unthinkable. Let's send it over your stage and get it started.
Thank you. Yes, a big thank you to the command center there. What a way to kickstart this last chance qualifier day. Amazing scenes there, but it was a tale of 2 pities, losing 2 players there at the end. Nako, Soldier out of the competition, keys crushed. But for our victors, through to the final day, where they get a chance to potentially place their key into the totem, become Trackmania champion at EWC. Milos, I mean, this competition is better and better every single moment.
Absolutely so, and there's always the bitter sweetness. You heard it from Brendan also in the interview where, you know what, it sucks that I have to crush these keys, but at the end of it, that is part of how competition in esports is in general. There always has to be a victor at the end of the day, but our second matchup of the day is about to begin. So join me in welcoming our next 4.
Here we are. Grenadi, Musa,
what a set on stage! Grenadi,
Wizzy, and Flimsy.
Flimsy, and Musa!
To wheel or not to wheel? That is the question.
Yeah, we got the 2 steering wheel players.
What it comes down to here is making sure you place yourselves in
both
that final
on the same side of the stage, by the way.
Will the wheelmen be able to do it and take it for the team, or will it be more conventional?
Let's see the veto. Should come through in a couple of moments. Basically, you can understand it this way. If Grenadi doesn't ban South Korea, Musi and Grenadi have worked together in the veto. Because so far, South Korea has been Grenadi's permaban.
I don't know, either way, it's going to be...
And South Korea is Musa's favorite map.
That's for sure, and that's where it belongs. Wizzy, can he step into that spot?
Also looking to see Musa's strategy. Very likely to ban away Saudi Arabia, in my opinion.
For that, he needs poetic driving to make it across. That is for sure. But I think he can make it happen.
First ban should be Flimsy.
He has shown insane pace yesterday. And if he just works on just minimizing the mistakes, well, he's good to go.
Yeah, I think anything is possible in this matchup. Maybe not so much for the first
I'll
place.
put my camera up so you can see the picks. Here we go.
Slot himself into that. I think him losing yesterday was kind of a fluke. It was a very tough
Here's the
matchup.
veto. Flimsy bans Norway. Now the second ban from Wissy. Japan, and now Masa. Does he ban away Saudi? He bans away Hungary, so Wissy's best map is open. And do we have South Korea from Grenadi? Still South Korea ban. Interesting. First pick is Poland. Grenadi, same as yesterday. Masa goes for Germany with South Korea banned out. Now Wissy goes for Saudi, most likely. Wants this map in rotation no matter what has been working out for him.
Masa bans Hungary. And
then Flimsy. He doesn't have his Japan to pick after. So we'll have to... Oh, goes for Argentina. Okay. Will we still have Saudi in the rotation? That would favor Wizzy. Canada and Saudi is in the rotation. It is the decider. So this is a very balanced map pack, I would say. I think it probably goes about 50-50 here, guys. It's very hard to call if this is better for Wizzy or Masa. Grenadi gonna perform regardless, I think. But in that battle, it'll be very close. Yeah, very fortunate for Wizzy there, by the way, because the random map could either have been Australia or it could have been Saudi. But he elected for Argentina. Very interesting. Not something we've seen him pick. How is the decider map decided? It is a 50-50 between the two remaining maps. There's 10 maps, 4 are banned, 5 are picked. Or 4 are banned, 4 are picked, and there's 2 left. Here we go. In the second decider match of the day, lower bracket, top 2 advance, bottom 2 are eliminated from the biggest Trackmania tournament of all time. We play till 140 points, whereafter you need to win 1 round to secure your spot through to the top 16 tomorrow. We are on the first map, Grenadi's choice, Poland. We will see this one now, and likely later in the rotation as well. Grenadi had the same strategy yesterday with Seed 1. He picked Poland, wanted to close out the match on this, and as we now know, he wasn't able to. Mime and Alcon got the better of him in that game, and now has to fight in the lower bracket against his teammate Masa. Over the first couple of jumps, though, Grenadi is solid on this one. Wissy clips a little bit. Flimsy made a mistake early on. Masa, shaky landing, and so Grenadi has the lead in round 1. Gets around the corner. Small mistake from Wissy. I think he even clipped the wall. Yes, gonna lose a lot of time there in the battle. Top 2 is Germany for now. Masa too far to make much happen here. Just gonna safe in his position. Grenadi getting the 10 here. Masa getting 6 points. Wissy likely to get the 4 points, and Flimsy finishing with +3. Nice time as well, 109.2, 3 tenths off of the current world record. But we've seen that even that can maybe drop a bit throughout the course of the day. Round 2. So Grenadi able to drive 108 himself yesterday. Personal best 108.98. Joining that elusive club, players who've gotten the sub on this map. And he really gained a lot of time in the middle portion. Very similar to the others through here. But then the downhill and the jumps across the planks is where he made a breakaway. Now again, through the drift, see him gaining a bit of time. Setting up much wider than Masa, but that is so much speed through the dirt slalom. Down the hill, onto the jump. Can he control the tilt the car gets? That looks good. Up to the checkpoint. 0.2 ahead now. Reminder, it was about equal a moment ago. That is his strongest segment. Now can he hold on? Good speed for Wissy to challenge for second place. Grenadi on 108 pace here in round number 2. Bit wide setup in the dirt there, though. Lost some time. Masa getting closer. Speed also slightly higher for Masa. Inside jump. Great landing. Catching up a little bit. Masa struggling, actually. Grenadi wins, but what of Masa here? Oh, holds on for second place. 108.968 there. And like we talked about, Grenadi showing he's capable of that pace. 2 10-pointers in a row. Flawless start. Masa also winning the battles for second place here so far. So again, third round of Poland. We'll see if Grenady can get through the middle. Yesterday he had some troubles. He crashed the outside here a few times. Might have been nerves, might have not been fully feeling it. And he did lose some time in this round. Flimsy a bit high on the grass there. Losing some time to everyone else. Wizzy with the best start yet. Fast through here, wide setup. You want to get all the way left so that you can push around the bend with speed here. Carry that all the way down the hill into the jump, and now get a low jump with the nose down. Massa getting across better. Flimsy wobbling out of control. Falls behind, down to last again. Massa versus Wizzy for this 10-pointer. Wizzy having to go much wider to survive the turn. Massa gets that position. 1/10 ahead. Typically gains a bit in the ending, Massa. He sets up wider on this platform. Goes for fourth here in the landing. Wizzy almost clipping. Grenady challenging. Grenady overtakes for second place. Wizzy made a mistake in the ending. And the time 1:09.02 for Massa. Knowing Grenady would first pick this, likely has prepared for this map before the match, and you can see that that has paid off. Great pace. 26 Grenady, 22 Massa, 12 on Wizzy, and 9 points for Flimsy. Last round of Poland. Oh, Flimsy struggling a bit, releasing on the exit of the drift. You typically only want to slow down in the entry and no more throughout the corner. Here we see Massa and Flimsy fall down. Wizzy versus Grenady in the battle for 10. And Wizzy to keep up with Massa here. That is really what his goal should be. Looking for a 10 here to match Massa on Poland. Grenady gains often here though. Gets a low jump. Look at that, just clawing back the time he lost in the start. 800s behind only, and now in the water turn we've seen Wizzy have some struggles. That's a good turn here, equal to Grenady, but still Grenady finds these fractional gains. Sets up a bit wider, now has more speed for the planks. Oh, clips a little bit on the landing, equalizing the speed. Wizzy with a more inside trajectory. Grenady not gonna get closer here, challenging on the left, hits the grass a bit, and Wizzy wins that round. 1:09.23, 10 points for him. Grenady in second, and at 30 after his map is played. And Flimsy, unfortunately, with 4 last places here, already falling notably far behind. Germany is our second map, picked by Massa. A quick 15-second warm-up before we start. We'll have time to look at some cinematics. This track, as we are familiar by now, is the one with backwards driving. On 2 jumps here, you land backwards, and you have to control the rotation of the car and sliding to avoid, or control the rotation and the steering to avoid sliding. That's what I'm trying to get at. So some backstory on this map. Massa won the Elite Cup that happened on Germany here. And we see this cute line from Grenady. He did this during the Elite Cups as well. The inside line no slide is about equal, and for Grenady easier to do on the steering wheel. So he opts for that. Most others go on the outside. Some players like Alcon also have used that inside line. And now the first backwards part happens. You jump, land up here, hit brake exactly when the car lands to carry the speed. Look at that. Great from Massa. Keeping grip all the way down the grass hill, spinning the car around, carrying the speed up this hill, and they are driving quick right now. 37.00 checkpoint is good pace on this map. Speed slide on the dirt from us a little bit late there into the wheel wall. Grenady catching up ever so slightly. Better setup here on the dirt, going for a powerful nose slide with that steering wheel, and look at Massa bumping out of control. Messed up his nose slide. Now Wizzy overtakes that position as well and is challenging Grenady for the win here. This is going to be coming down to the wire, round the pillar. Good timing for Wizzy early onto the ice, setting up, spinning the car, accelerate, might snipe this away, but Grenady holds on 300s ahead of Wizzy. And Massa frustrated with that mistake. Knows he had good chance for 10 points there, leading all the way through the race, but one missed no slide down to last. And now Wizzy is about equal on the points. See Grenady going low, catching the platform early, now having speed and up to the checkpoint. Yes, it's a bit slower, but still consistent every round for him. Okay, but okay, he's made a bit of a mistake here too. Typically doesn't lose 0.2 of a second, so gonna be hard for Grenadi to fight his way back towards first in this round. Good landing by Wissy and Massa. Flimsy as well joining the fight. First time we see him challenging for top positions. Down the hill, a little wobbly, the others getting better speed. And again, the splits are fast. It's similar to the round previous. Massa, 42.6 checkpoint again. Up the hill here, diagonal line to set up all the way wide on the dirt, fling the car into the turn, and now he has to snap the no slide, gets it correctly, gains towards Wissy. This is a fast time being driven. Good low jump by both. Wissy sliding a little bit, but he stays relatively equal to Massa. Again, he finds himself just a wheel behind. He pushes on the ice, tries to get an earlier turnaround. Is he going to get the snipe this time? Too far. Oh, he does get it. He does get it. The cameraman had us looking at the last place battle. Wissy with more speed. It looked too far, but he takes it away there. Very important one. Wissy with the 10-pointer. Overtakes Massa in points. Grenadi also having his lead diminish a bit now. Without good positions yet. On Germany. This is Massa's choice, and he is the one that's feeling the pressure the most right now. To score well. Oh, great low jump from Wissy. Great no slide. Massa, frustrated sigh. He knows that wasn't good enough. He knows he lost too much time to challenge. Wissy losing in the ice spin. And okay, maybe Massa still has some equity in the round, but it's all Grenadi up front. Sets up, gets the diagonal line. He has no issues with the no slide on the steering wheel. The best device for it. And Massa, despite the crash, could get a second place here. That would do him nicely. Gets a good downhill, gaining towards Flimsy. Wissy nowhere to be seen. This ending is not really one we see players crash too often. And the positions seem to remain. Ooh. Close again. Close again. Grenadi gets 10 points. (56-41, 41-23). This match is right now shaping up to be exactly how many have predicted. Grenadi, the clear favorite, Wissy and Massa in a close battle for the second spot, and Flimsy an underdog. That is what we see on the scoreline too. Which one of the players is going to take that second spot really is what we're looking at. But Grenadi had some issues in finalist mode. Let's not forget, that was several rounds in a row where he could not close out the match, despite entering finalist mode first yesterday. This round, Massa with another mistake. Little bit of potential squandered on Germany here. Slide from Wissy, losing a bit of time. Grenadi looking for another 10. Wissy, ooh, okay. At this point, just going to try to secure second place, I would imagine. All under control. Just gonna cruise this one in for all players here. Grenadi with a good time, 111.2. And here he gets a lot of his wins from the consistency. This is peak Grenadi that we see, that just rarely crashes at all and drives run after run cleanly to the finish. If you look at that line on the start, you start to see why he's using it, why it makes sense. But here we have a map that is very hard to be consistent on in Argentina. So how is he going to get along on this one? Also, guys, in Twitch chat, I know the ads run at a very unfortunate time right now. I'm sorry. We are going to try to have the ads play between games to avoid this. I'm sorry if you missed some action. We will have that under control for the next one. First round of Argentina. Picked by Wissy. Massa picked Germany to try to get a gap towards Wissy. Wissy is right now 2 points ahead of Massa as he enters his domain. could have chosen this or Saudi Arabia, but he chose Argentina. Maybe the most difficult map out of the ones that he's good at. And the ones likely to be played. Argentina, Australia, and Norway are at the top of the map pack in terms of difficulty. Right now, Grenadi again in the lead. Massa finds himself last. We go into the important bobsleigh turnaround. You want to drive a little bit up the wheel, then accelerate out. Massa's gained a position towards Flimsy, but the other two are very quick. Wizzy has overtaken Grenadi through the dirt now, up on the top platform. They all try to land early. Grenadi bumps a little bit, but still holds his distance, gets closer in the ice slide. 200th difference on the checkpoint. Wizzy ahead though, more speed into the last bobsleigh. Massa pre-drifting. Grenadi has some speed here. Gets a clean landing. Wizzy, can he overtake in the ending? Grenadi bumped. This could flip right back, but Grenadi holds on. 1:12.72 for Grenadi. Unfortunate ending there for Wizzy. A little bit too bumpy. And so he doesn't get the full payout. Now, one interesting thing with red boosters, by the way, they typically equalize speed a lot. So that last red booster, even if a player is slower entering it, after they've crossed the booster, your speed is round about the same, even if you have like 10 less speed going over it. So typically, the round is decided already on the red booster, something to know. Wizzy driving with 4th gear, both Grenadi and Massa had 5th. That is the difference we see. We approach the bobsleigh, drift down the hill, good speed by all, best by Wizzy. Getting a bit closer, bumpy from Grenadi. Up over the wall, turn around, slow from Wizzy this time. Massa versus Grenadi, the battle for the 10-pointer. The battle between brothers, they both want to advance in the tournament. From the same team, practicing together, playing together in duo mode for years. And now having to fight for the 2 advancement spots in the same match. Here comes Wizzy past Massa. Massa still might have speed. It's not over yet. Last time Grenadi sniped Wizzy. Now look at Wizzy's speed. This could still get close. Grenadi tries to land smoothly into the wall, and he has that one on lock. Oh, Wizzy! And unfortunately, he lost it there in the ending. Only 2 points were spilled, but those 2 points went to Massa. Grenadi keeps collecting 10-pointers now, 30 points ahead in the match. And it is so close between Wizzy and Massa for second. Right now, running away with it. Very, very exciting game. 5th gear for Wizzy, 5th for Grenadi. Massa and Flimsy struggling a bit in the start. But Grenadi right now is looking unstoppable. He has had the perfect start to the match here, found his comfort, found the flow, and it looks like he's just driving lap after lap like it's a training match. Not really breaking a sweat to get these runs through. And he has such a lead at this point that whether he gets 10 or 6 in these rounds, as long as he makes it to the finish line without crashes, he will very likely be the first to finalist. Wizzy trying to challenge for this 10-pointer though. Grenadi sees the split. Very close in the ending. Grenadi's had the best ending jump into the first bobsleigh here. This is where Grenadi gains a lot. Lands higher on the wall. That carries more speed, and you can see he's gapping Wizzy up front. And again, he finds 5 or 6 important hundredths there to snipe away this win also for 3 in a row. Just landing a little bit more to the left in that first bobsleigh several times. And if you count up the total points, I mean, he's gained like 8 points towards Wizzy in that jump alone. 2 times 10-pointer instead of a 6-pointer. Massa with a crash, and frustration is building. Hard to control your emotions when you know everything's on the line and you're making mistakes you didn't make in practice. You didn't think you could make trivial turns for pros at this level. And suddenly you're out of contention in the round entirely. Grenadi versus Wizzy now. Consistency has been the main trait here. Wizzy hasn't been the fastest. Flimsy trying for an upside-down reactor flight. Wizzy beating Grenadi in the turnaround. Great spin there. Gets in the gap. Steering wheel, easy to aim that one. 4th gear preserved. Lands up on top. Drop down smooth in the downhill, but let's remember who has the better ending here. It is Grenady, and this is a gap that he could overtake. Better speed too. Grenady equalized on the checkpoint. Now, crucially, landing wide. The wobble gets a little bit, but this time Wizzy has more uphill speed. Lands smoother. Is he going to get a well-deserved 10? He's been fighting Grenady 4 rounds in a row, and finally gets rewarded. 112.402. Personal best, 10 points, and frustration for Grenady. Wizzy is building a lead there in that second place battle. Canada is our next map, picked by Flimsy, who is still in the match, we have to remember, but very far behind. Japan seemed to be his strongest map. That was banned away by Wizzy. Also a strong map for Grenady, so Wizzy doesn't want them to have it. Flimsy 20 points behind Massa, 30 or so behind Wizzy. See if he can make a comeback happen. Flimsy does have a lot of pace, but confidence cannot be high right now after a poor start to this one. And a small wheel clip there puts him off his line. Gonna be hard to recover. Wizzy with the uphill speed. Look at that. Perfect slalom. Sets up wider than Massa to push here onto the road, then release. A little bit late to the turn. Loses 4th gear and loses all the positions he could hold. Down to 4th. That's how important gears are. Massa first right now. Critical round for him. 0.3 of a second. He has to get 10 points from such a position. And he hold his own in the last turn here. Round the checkpoint. That's a good setup. The wiggle. Grenady in trouble. Way too wide. This ice slide setup might get sniped here. Flimsy 2000s from sniping Grenady. Massa wins the round. Wizzy in 3rd. Wizzy in 4th with 3 points. So Massa catching up a lot of ground. The gap is now just 4 points between them. Oh, Massa with low speed in this one. Wizzy first place momentarily, and he had the best uphill last time. This one crashes, and it's the most punishing place to crash. Your speed doesn't reset until you cross this turn here, and so you're going to be falling further and further behind. Grenady up front. Best outcome for Wizzy is that Grenady keeps dominating, and that Massa cannot get a hold of the big points. Even Flimsy here could be an important helper for Wizzy in denying Massa some points to catch up that gap. Grenady himself looking for a better ending this time. The last one was sketch. He misaligned. This one looks better. Can set that up towards the finish. Jump from Flimsy. 2nd place for Flimsy. Signs of life there too. Grenady gets 118 points total now. And because Flimsy got 2nd, only 1 point was gained in the Massa-Wizzy battle. Also, Omniscious, thank you so much for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. Hard to catch alerts during a cast, but thank you for all the support, guys, over this week. It's been incredible. Let's focus on the rounds Trackmania. Uphill now for Wizzy. He crashed here once. Important that he gets through cleanly. Side by side with Grenady. Through this turn, hits a bit of snow, has to hold on to 4th gear. That looks like a good setup. Best for Wizzy, I would say. As he's getting closer to Grenady. Overtake for a moment. Wide drift line. Massa has fallen behind 2/10. Everyone else is close. Wizzy with the first mistake. Drops his position down to last. Flimsy leading for a moment ahead of Grenady. Like we said, he's not got bad pace. It's just the maps that were previous were not his strongest ones. Will he find himself sandwiched between the big players, or will he find himself ahead? The last downhill, Grenady has to ice slide, Massa has to ice slide, Flimsy going straight. Grenady still wins the round, Flimsy 2nd, Massa 3rd, and very frustrated by these time differences. He is not getting much closer. Flimsy has denied Massa several points now. Massa could be ahead of Wizzy. Flimsy has been climbing back himself in the match a little bit. If we assume Grenadi closes out relatively soon, Flimsy himself might have a shot at the second position. The way he's driving now, it's building a lot of confidence. Slalom for Wissy, too wide, third gear. Down to fourth place for Wissy, struggling in that segment. Grenadi looking effortless through it. Massa with a small mistake. Also small bump, to inside line, drop the gear. Critical times now for Massa. Grenadi looking again for another 10-pointer. Oh, but things get interesting. Is that up for grabs for Wizzy? As Flimsy has an awkward line, he's going to fall off the battle. And Wizzy has, oh, Massa actually has the most speed. Wizzy fell off too. Massa went from 4th to 1st in that identity, disappearing. And it's Massa who takes the 10-pointer. And with that, overtakes second place in the match. We loop over to Saudi Arabia. Now, guys, we mentioned, amazing sign, by the way, we mentioned there's a chance that we know the decider map, it could have been either Saudi Arabia or Australia. It was a 50-50 coin toss. It ended up being Saudi Arabia. This is a map that Wissy has been picking throughout the tournament. And there are some line differences here where both big players are doing a jump line over the sand in the ending portion of the map. There's a different line where you drive down a hill. Wizzy is doing that one. I suspect Flimsy is doing that one. And I would say on paper it's slightly faster to do the drift. Maybe the jump is more consistent. But overall, this could be very good for Wizzy. First round starting now. First big obstacle is getting a clean wall hug. Great from Grenadi. Good speed there, perfectly maneuvering in lower gear. Doesn't want fourth gear on the sand. Overtakes Massa. Wissy and Flimsy falling a bit behind. Flimsy bumping, he's out of the running. 0.8 checkpoint from Grenadi. Very quick here. Clean quarter pipe as well. Just like they've practiced here for Berlin International Gaming. Now the landing. Maybe a bit far for Massa. More speed Grenadi. Onto the discs. Wissy with the inside approach. Lands wide here, but has time to set up the drift. Now down the hill. Grenadi with the adaptation. First time we see him do the drift line instead of the jump. Didn't gain much with the jump line on the last couple of days. And now Massa getting caught up to by both the people driving the different line into the last jump. Massa releasing early. He might crash. Grenadi crashes as well. And Wissy has an open road ahead to 10 points. Massa, though, crucially getting second because he could keep driving on the road. Will Grenadi finish? 9.3 seconds behind. Barely fast enough. (96.96) and Grenadi at 138. Grenadi with a smooth wall hug. Remains lower gear. He does like one tiny release tap there to prevent the car from shifting up. I don't know if every player has this. We have seen a lot of players get upper gear. 25.78 checkpoint. This could be a new find, guys. Maybe not a new find, but something we don't see too much. The checkpoint splits are very quick here. Flimsy, impressive. He's able to keep up. Low jump. Only 600ths apart. Flimsy setting up better onto the disc, catching up a little bit further. Now the downhill drift. Here comes Wissy also. Massa the furthest. He does the jump line. Gets overtaken again. Grenadi trying to deny the other some points and go into finalist mode with a huge gap. Almost 40 points gap. Oh, Wissy with an instant respawn. He over-released. Flimsy clips. And Massa finds himself second. That is huge for Massa. Yeah, Grenadi there was definitely on world record pace. No doubt about it. Just a perfectly smooth start. So he has a 38-point lead Will he be able to close out his finals attempt today? Yesterday, it was a struggle. Entered finalist mode first, then came Elcon, then came Mime, and then he ended up in the lower bracket. Musa with some trouble in the wall hug. Both Wissy and Grenady on the lower gear. Looks like they're doing the same strategy. Not necessarily a new find from Grenady there, but perfect execution the other round. Quarter pipe jump through the gap. Wissy very high. Let's go off accelerate a lot, and Grenady overtakes. Will Wissy be able to deny here? Grenady has not been using this downhill line a lot. Started doing it, perhaps in practice. Oh, Wissy with a mistake. Musa overtakes Wissy even. It's a huge gap now for Grenady to work with. Only just started learning that line after seeing the comparison in the tournament. Now, the jump to the ramp, releasing a lot. It is a point for a gap. And Grenady can celebrate. Oh! He can celebrate his first finalist attempt going his way, closing out the match and advancing to tomorrow. That was very low speed. Very, very low speed, but it holds. And look at this battle. 106 versus 105. Musa and Wissy, two of the most evenly matched players in this tournament so far. We said that this matchup is a coin flip, and look at the standings. 1 point apart after over 100 are gained. Now, whoever manages the best will be the one to advance. Flimsy with a bad landing. The pace in this round, not the best. Wissy releasing early, but carries the speed in the landing. Well done. 200s ahead of Musa. And now we'll see the line differences. 100th apart before they set it up. Wissy going for the drift, Musa going for the jump. Musa had the lead going into that. Gets a bit of a wobble. Wissy's going to have more speed throughout this entire part into the drift setup. Speed reset here. Musa's gained a little bit of time. Towards the jump now. Musa with his jump line. The favorite to win the round, and he gets a perfect release timing. And this is a quick time as well. Final time, 107.5 with a slow start there. PB by Musa, PB by Wissy. 10 points for Musa in the final round of Saudi Arabia. The map rotation flips over to Poland, the first choice from Grenady. And it either ends there or it ends on Germany. My man, he's back. He's back on day 2. Love to see it. What a fan. Some pyramids get crushed to this tournament, guys, but we have some new ones in the crowd. Amazing to see. So pace-wise, Grenady couldn't be stopped here with 108, but Musa had 109 low, and so did Wissy. Wissy crashing quite a lot, though. What's the problem? $116 to $111. Both of them could hit finalists with 3 rounds won. Flimsy failed the drift here, so that means this should be a round win for either Musa or Wissy. Wissy could just about equalize with a round win. Musa could pull ahead. Uphill into the ground. Oh, Musa with a mistake. Lots of time there to line up for that corner. Not too precise of a part. A frustrating mistake for Musa to make. 1 second is the gap for Wissy to work with. The plank jumps remain. He still have to line these up. Do everything that you've practiced. Well, Musa, further mistakes. He missed the checkpoint. And this could actually be worse because now Flimsy could get between them and let Wissy gain 6 points over Musa instead of just 4. Flimsy here could deny Musa a crucial 2 points. We'll see what ends up mattering, but it's gonna happen here. Wissy up to 121, and Musa will end up at 120 after this round. $121 to $120. Still, both could hit finalists in 2 round wins. for Massa. You'd have to think it's in his favor if the match goes to Germany. The match goes to the map he chose, the one he won the Elite Cup on, rather than Poland. Here he gets the low line he was looking for, and he gains a couple of hundredths. Has the earlier setup. Wizzy goes for speed here to set up a little bit wider through this drift. Now hoping to get more left. Massa with the better setup into the dirt. Gonna pull ahead a little bit. Wizzy timing the slalom better. Still staying level, but Flimsy out of nowhere. Oh, too wobbly, too shaky. He's out. And the battle continues between Massa and Wizzy, but it not for long. Massa will be alone in first for this one. Knows the splits, sees what he has to do. Might even go for the safe route here, but decides to do safe jumps on the risky route. Oh, I say that. He was not letting there be too much space there. 1:09.09 is a good time. Better than what Wizzy has driven on the map all tournament long. Wizzy 1:37, Massa 1:27, Massa 1:30. Third round of Poland. It will be the tiny margins that decide this one, guys. They are so evenly matched on paper. Wizzy with a better start. Up on the outside, Flimsy getting the best turn there. Massa falling further behind. Close to the wall for Wizzy, but no touch. Around the grass, goes for the high-speed drift line again. Setting up wide around this one. Better timing, Massa not getting much closer. Wizzy pushing with speed through to the planks. Now here he made the mistake last round. This is good speed for Massa, getting visibly closer. Wizzy has better timing, won't fail the drop downs. Massa though gaining ground, releasing too much here. Wizzy gaining time, up 0.3 of a second into the ending. It's been a clean lap so far. Can he control his nerves, control the jumps, control the rotation? Gets a good landing. What about this one? This is the scary one. Landing close to the checkpoint. Wizzy has the necessary speed to get a 10-pointer here too. And what this means is that both players will hit finalist mode at the same time. The next round assault does not really matter. You might say psychology, you might say mental advantage, but as long as they complete a lap here, they are both guaranteed to go into double finalists. And that is for tournament life at this point. The winner of that match will advance in the tournament, the loser is out. After everything they prepared for 6 months, playing through the circuits, trying to get to the biggest Trackmania tournament the game has ever seen, this double finalist round will be decisive for either of them. Flimsy simply too far behind in terms of points. So it is just a formality here, and we actually skip over to Germany at the decider map. Massa was the one who chose that one, and he knows that. That's what he's thinking about right now. He's just trying to control his nerves. Not concerned with spending energy on a fast lap here, necessarily. Just trying to prepare for the battle that is to come. Everybody getting to the finish line now. The map will be skipped. Double finalist, Flimsy at 89. Here we go. Here we go. Deep breaths as the map is loading up. Can Massa repeat his Elite Cup performance, winning in a 1-versus-1 situation on Germany? Grenady, his teammate, nervously watching to see if it will only be him left for Berlin International Gaming to root for. Wizzy, visible deep breaths here as they're doing a tiny warm-up. And here we go, guys. Could be the final round of the tournament for either one of the players. This is going to be it. Both of them do go for the outside dirt. We'll see very similar approaches. But what we did see is that Massa struggled previously on this map. He struggled to gain points. Wizzy had the best of it on Germany in the first time it was played. Now, down the hill. Road drift up the hill. Flimsy with a wide line. He's almost out of the fight already. Wizzy with a smooth landing. Where is Massa? Flimsy lost the 10th. Also not the ideal approach there. Massa overtakes the two finalists, top two positions right now, setting up into the backwards part. Massa has low speed. Wizzy gaining ground. Massa jumping low, still lands the jump, a tiny slide there, but holding enough of a gap that he can contest in the ending. Wizzy with the advantage though as we go down the hill. Wizzy adapts his speed, catches the entire downhill and pulls ahead by 0.2 of a second. Massa losing a lot. Wizzy up the wall, down to the right. Can he keep the grip here? Massa with the diagonal approach. This gains time. Now Massa needs to control the nose slide. He gets through, but Wizzy is still gaining further ground. The last jump up backwards. If he holds backwards at the right time here, he will have unstoppable speed. Undeniable. Wizzy with the turnaround can eliminate Massa from the tournament. Massa tries on the booster. Wizzy fails, but Flimsy denies them both. Are you kidding me? The nerves go to them both, and Flimsy keeps the game going. No way. It was right there for both of them. We still keep going. Are you serious? Oh my god, their heart rates have to be through the roof right now. We still play on. What's going to happen? Both of them giving a new chance to close it out. Wizzy with the better start. Similar picture to the last round. Through the drift of the checkpoint. Wizzy and Massa pulling ahead. Mirror image. Now the drift. Massa had lower speed here previously. Staying closer. Up the quarter pipe. The backwards landing. Who gets the best speed out of that one? Massa is getting more this time. Better downhill approach. Oh, I think Wizzy touched ever so slightly. Lost about a 10th. The uphill speed. Worse for Wizzy this time. Massa with a lead now of 0.1 of a second. And he has the better ending approach. This diagonal line here. Pulling to the left, now flick to the right. Wizzy gonna try for the nose slide, his only hope. Massa has a worse one. This is coming down to the wire. The last jump, it couldn't be closer. Who gets the best speed? Who gets the best speed out of the landing? Wizzy seems to have it, but he jumps. Massa has a car length of a lead into the last spin. Goes for the inside touch, and Wizzy is probably eliminated here as Massa recovers from an almost unwinnable situation to go through with Grenady. Unbelievable scenes here. And you have to feel for Wizzy. Crashing the last turnaround. He was one turn away from top 16. He knows he had it. Entirely heartbreaking. And there will be more heartbreaks, guys. This tournament means so much to all the players. Nyko can relate. Similar emotion. All your work won't take you through, unfortunately. Very, very close match there. As we expected, Wizzy and Massa on paper, very similarly matched. In the end, they advance. These tiny mistakes.
Some of those, how the points could have been different. Keep in mind, we were dual finalist mode and only double finalist mode simultaneously because of a lot of the mistakes you're seeing here. And a lot of the points that were even grabbed. You saw that one from Wizzy as well. And look at even Grenady, a veteran like Grenady. This is what it means. Even though he wins that by about 40, it still means that here's the tap. Here is the tap, and Flimsy with the snipe. Unbelievable.
Absolute heartbreak for them, but a huge, huge moment for the big boys. And Adam has them on our stage right now. Adam with Grenady and Massa.
Here we are, I'm joined by the big fellas right now as you make our way towards the key crusher. First up, Grenady, I'm gonna ask you first to crush Flimsy's key as we make our way towards this momentous moment here. Do come forward when you're ready and take hold of the crusher for us, Grenady. First and foremost, you just stand over here for me, Massa, for a second here as we begin
will
this
go down, guys.
Tradition here at the Esports World Cup. Sadly, when you're ready there, you may crush that key, Grenady, as we say goodbye, farewell to Flimsy in this company. You can lean in and watch the key being crushed there, Grenady. There it is. The first one out of this competition. And then once you reset, do come forward. Come forward as well, Massa.
Pyramid
Grenadier,
going down.
come to you first and foremost. Incredible race, unbelievable race. First things first, yesterday we saw you get into finisher mode. It didn't happen for you there and then. How do you kind of gather yourself and come back into today and ensure you go through into the final day?
I mean, already yesterday I had the level. I was leading the match. It was close, but I was leading the match, and I knew today I could do the same. The only issue is always for me the finalist mode at the end. So I was very scared, of course, for that to happen again. But luckily it worked out. The last round was insanely scary, not gonna lie. I almost saved a bit too hard, but luckily it worked out, and also first try, so I was just glad that I was done. And yeah, overall I played really good. I had like, I think, 1 crash throughout the entire match, which is kind of what I was aiming for. So yeah, I'm just very happy that I made it.
And looking ahead as well to the next round, Stuffed, Binks, Richie. It's going to be a very, very dicey contest, that one.
Yeah,
Stuffed,
I mean,
Binks,
definitely. I mean,
Richie,
it's the top 60
Grenadi.
now. There's only good players left. Anyone can do good at this point.
Binks, Richie, Grenadi is a crazy match.
And hopefully I can play just as well tomorrow. And hopefully finalist mode is going to be on my side as well.
Let's hope so. I need to come over across to Massa now. Massa, have you had a chance to gather yourself after that last round? That was absolutely incredible. We saw Wizzy there, 1 corner away from going through to tomorrow. You've gone through. How are you feeling right in this moment right now?
I don't even know, man. GG's, I'm sorry, Wizzy. Very much. I don't know, man.
I mean, this is the thing we've learned as well. All of you guys are so close as friends as well and competitors in Trackmania. But looking ahead in the contest, before we ask you to do a key crushing behind us,
this emotional,
into the
guys.
up brackets tomorrow, you've got yourselves Gwen, Epos, and Bren in a big showdown. How do you prepare for that?
Sit down, practice, gain back confidence somehow, because honestly, I lost yesterday all my confidence. I'm playing a lot worse than I ever did. And yeah, I'll get back into it. Practice is good. For the first time, I'm really shaky in matches since yesterday. And yeah, I take it as a gift. Wizzy, I will honor you. I will really try my best tomorrow. I'm sorry, bro, and GG's.
Because, you know,
Could we please, Paris, give a huge round of applause
so
to
good, the
Grenadi and Massa there
sportsmanship.
as well. Wonderful
And it's
words,
so good
for one of his fellow kind of racers here.
to have
We
that respect for each other when the level was completely even. If you win a match and you played better than your opponent, you can at least feel like, okay, you know, I earned that. I drove better. But they were within 5 points of each other the entire match. Enter finals at the same time. Both get denied by Flimsy, and and Massa is the one that goes through. So of course you feel like it could have just as well been Wizzy here. But yeah, insane.
To our final day, what an incredible way, an unbelievable race here. Back to rain day and the rest of the gang on the desk here to break that one down. Absolutely emotional, but very special too.
Some of these moments you just can't script.
Wow, guys. Just absolutely insane match. Can't believe it. We have a tiny break before we go into the next game. The next game is going to be insane as well. If you guys are not familiar with the schedule, let me tell you what awaits you. We have the match. Otak, Wosal, Link Max, and Josh. Otak, Wosal, Link Max, Josh. Insane. And then the last match of the day, Pac, Pusito Paco, Moda, and Afi. Both of those incredible games coming up. And before we get to those games, guys, I do need you guys to do one thing for me, if you would be so kind. In collaboration with Allianz, I am doing a Ask Me Anything on Reddit. And right now, you still have time to ask questions. We will answer all these questions on the final day tomorrow before the grand final, I believe. So if you have any questions you want to ask me, this is an Ask Me Anything thread. I'll post it in both chats. And make sure you send in your questions. The more, the merrier. I think I have about half an hour, so I'll try to speed run through as many questions as I can with you guys during that window. So please go check it out. There's already about like 60 in there, but maybe you have a question that hasn't been asked yet that you're wondering about. Also, we've sent in requests for players to come up here, so I have been told by people helping me that there's a high chance we'll get some players up here. But unfortunately, you know, yesterday we had players who had just lost their games, And we never know because we have to send in a request 24 hours before to talk with players. We never know what's going to happen, right? But it feels very difficult to have players who've just lost and put them in front of a camera and be asked like, hey, how do you feel? It's like, yeah, well, I feel pretty terrible. What do you want me to say? You know, like in those moments, you just need time to collect yourself. The last thing you want to do is stand in front of a camera and be you know, visible, let's say. So we'll see what the results of the matches are, and if it goes well for the players we've talked to, then we'll invite them up. All right? Just so you guys are in agreement with me, right? We want to talk to happy players and not necessarily sad. Are there two people? Is there two of me?
It's going to be really tough to take right now. How are you feeling?
No. Obviously, very gutted. I mean, I knew it was going to be a close race.
Make it a short interview.
I mean, I played it well. Fortunately, Grenady was taking away with the tenors. So it's just going to be a fight with Massa and myself. And it kind of by Poland, obviously, with how the points work, you know, you're looking at it's going to be one round on Germany, which is, I mean, we saw it with Otak and Banks, right, with AG and Liquid, right. It's absolute cinema. But unfortunately, I'm on the losing stick this time. But hey, that's racing.
Tell me about Germany in particular. Obviously, it came down to that, like you mentioned. It looked like you made the same mistake twice just at the end. What was that due to, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in the first round, obviously, I mean, the amount of adrenaline, the amount of pressure you're under when you're on that stage is, you can't really describe it. And it's very hard to, you know, kind of see into the future, as in, like, to spot your exit point. So it's quite a hard technique, like, as it is. Obviously, we all do it like it's nothing, but when you're under that pressure, it's very easy to make. And yeah, I ended up just slightly going too much, and that was that. Like, I even knew I had a gap, but it just turns out I'm just bad at the video game. But yeah, the second round, obviously the last round.
Wizzy, you did amazing, bro.
I think
you can be so proud.
I don't remember what actually happens. I think that's right. Yeah.
Guys, skip back a couple of years. He was a map.
Good start. So I had to catch up somehow. I knew my second halves weren't that great, to be honest. So it was just a case of I had to try what I could, and I didn't think it was. I think it was over pretty much by the grass downhill. But obviously you've got to try what you can, and it didn't work out.
Commiserations today.
Thank you very much.
Now, obviously, the interviewer is just doing her job, and the question we want to know is, of course, how did that feel when you made that mistake in the last downhill? Yes, but it's also like it just happened. Bro just experienced the biggest loss of his career, right? So it's very tough to stand in front of a camera and have to answer that questioning. But yeah, just wanted to say, a couple of years ago, Wizzy was a mapper. That was all he was. He sent in some tracks to like different mapping competitions and such, and it's just like, oh, Wizzy's the mapper. He's part of Waypoint Mapping. And I was like, wait, this guy's pretty good. And then he starts competing, and then he's at the top level. And clearly matching the likes of Mudda, who was peak of the Elite Cup circuit, right? Like, he is evidently not bad at the video game. And can be proud. And it's just these tiny margins. One round of Germany going wrong. Yeah, no, he can be proud of his performance, but so not fun to be knocked out.
Yeah. Also, commiserations to Wizzy's parents. I was sitting also a couple rows in front of them, got to see their reactions. The mom was not having it. She was stressed out as all can be. But honestly, they should be proud of their son. They should be proud of Wizzy for the job that he's done. He's done such a great job at this tournament. And he should be proud. He needs to accept that he is a good Trackmania player. And I want to see him again next year.
I mean, you could be proud. That to me is where a great story begins. Next year, looking at Wizzy coming back saying, I was this close. I should have been there. I could have been there. But didn't have it on the day for whatever reason, but certainly something to be proud of. I'm sure his parents are, and all of you at home, sure, have become Wizzy fans. I certainly have as well. But as we continue on, this EWC, it's special for a reason, because the great stories like that, well, there's no guarantee. Everything is earned here, nothing given. And that means Grenady and Masa will have a chance to keep fighting in Saturday. But Otak, Wosao, LinkMax, and Josh, 1248, are going to be up next on the stage. There's two players who you look at there that might have an edge, but you look at LinkMax, the way he's been performing, his potential. You look at Josh, maybe we haven't covered as much coming into this. There is still going to be moments that we look at and say, wow, this is special. Turbo, that's going to be a fun match to be on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Josh went through a marathon yesterday. He was having a double final situation against Lingo, but then also LinkMax showed a great performance. But Otak and Wosal, those are the players to beat here. It will be very, very hard for them, but giving you an outlook, LinkMax definitely has the pace of that match.
All right, we'll preview that in just a second. And just a heads up, we got some news. Counter-Strike 2 is given a little bit of an interesting update for our club championship as Falcons go 0-1 down in their first game in a best-of-3. If Falcons were to be out, those are some points that we were counting on as well. Chris has an overall update with where the club championship stands. When we come back on the other side of that, it's Group 3.
Here at the Gidea City grid with Lauren checking in on what's going on Fortnite. Now, our big story over here, AGL obviously not making it through as quickly as they would have liked, at least. Anyway, now on the survival stage, how are they getting on?
Well, we're only 2 matches done. We're in the 3rd match right now, but AGL did win that 2nd match. So they had a rough first match, a first slow start, but then as soon as they picked things up in match number 2, got those points on the board and started putting themselves up in that contention. Now, we do have 10 matches on the day, so there's still a lot of games left. Hopefully, they're able to kind of carry that consistency through now that they have a little bit of momentum under their belts. So, but we're talking about CC leaderboard in general. We also do have Furia in here, and we have T1 in here.
You gotta stop with the banana jokes. I'm struggling to eat over here, all right?
Yeah, I think the expectation was always that they
enjoy my food.
Survival for AGL today, but they also expected to win Crossfire, and you see what happened there. So let's see what they do by the end of the day. Lauren, thank you very much. We'll be checking in throughout the rest of the week. Thanks, guys.
Trackmania makes its Esports World Cup debut in 2026, bringing together the 32 best players in the world to compete in Paris for a share of the $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points during the final week of the biggest esports competition in the world. After the deciders, we head into the playoffs. In each playoff match, only the top 2 players advance, whilst the remaining competitors are eliminated until only 4 remain for the grand final. For the grand final, the finalist mode requirement is 140 points. Once reached, only 1 more win is needed to claim the title as the first Trackmania champion at EWC.
He thinks he can come in here and
all right, so, guys, food has been consumed. It's time to talk about the next match coming up. We have Wosal, we have Otak, we have Josh and LinkMax. At the start of the day today, I spent a couple of hours looking at all the maps each player has picked and banned, and in which position they have picked and banned those maps. So if we look at Otak, for instance, in his first game, he banned Argentina. In the second match, he banned Canada, but Argentina was already banned. It is very likely that Otak favors banning Argentina, so we won't see that.
All right, Group 3 ready to go on the stage as we welcome you back. Rain Day here, and I'm joined.
Second player, Wosal, bans Korea every game. Third player, Josh, bans Japan every game. And Link bans Norway every game. I think we can perfectly predict the veto here. So if you look at seeding, it goes as follows. Josh bans first, bans Japan. Second ban is Link. He bans Norway because that has ice, and he can't play ice as a nation forever player. Third ban is Wosal. He bans South Korea. Fourth ban is Otak. He bans Argentina. Then Otak has first pick. Otak tends to pick Saudi Arabia. Wosal's first pick is Germany if left open. Link is likely to pick Canada. And Josh, we don't fully know, but I put him on Hungary. I'm not sure. But that was my, just out of the maps that were available, I thought he might Other than that, what else did I write down? What this means, by the way, which is huge, is that Otak and Wosal in this set are likely to get their favorite maps as the first two tracks. And those ones get played twice a lot of the time, right? In the match we just saw, Grenady got to play, well, Poland came up twice, and Masa's pick, Germany, came up twice. So being first and second seed, your map might be seen 2 times. That is a very big advantage for them. There is potential we see Australia in this match, and Josh is a full speed player, so if Australia is left open, he could pick that, and we could really see some full speed domination. But we will see. It actually is a huge likelihood that Josh picks Australia. I haven't thought about that. I was very tired this morning. Why would Josh not pick Australia? He would. And then it's either Hungary or... what's the other one? Hungary or... I'm very slow right now. Poland. Hungary or Poland as the decider. That is what I predict. So this set, I mean, I think it should favor Otak and Wosal. I'd say Otak is by far the favorite. It's close between Link, Josh, and Wosal for second. Link would not ban Australia. The thing for Link is that the ice on Norway is harder than the full speed on Australia. I think that is what's going to happen. We have an interview, by the way. My bad. We got to listen to this.
Was Japan a map
Otak said his smile would come back.
you weren't going to play on?
No, actually, I feel pretty good on it in training. But it's always the same when you first play a map during a match on a tournament as big as this. Of course, you need confidence, and I didn't have it yesterday, but it's okay.
Why do you think you were lacking it? Just because you started to come unraveled in that map?
Yeah, well, I felt like the level was insane on it. And actually, I also think I was like, it's a lack of preparation, to be honest, because when I first played the map, I was feeling really good on it. So I didn't push that much, and I should have, because the more you train, the more you're confident, obviously, and well, it's my bad on that.
You're not playing Japan today. Out of the other maps you are playing, do you have a weak one, or are you pretty confident on all of them?
No. Well, my predictions on the bans we got on this match, all of my worst maps are banned. Like we will not play them. And all the maps that we are going to play, I already played them in match, so yeah.
That is his prediction.
Quite confident on this one.
Yeah, for you, I feel like it seems like you have the pace. You know, we're all expecting you to get through. The only thing almost holding you back is your mindset.
Well, if you take all the 32 players, we all had a session in training that could have won us the tournament. So yeah, it's all in the head. Yesterday, it was not it. It's okay. I had time to rest and just focus.
What are you doing then today, going out there onto stage to tell yourself you can make it through?
Yeah, well, I had, for the past few years, I had a mental coach, and it helped me a lot, actually. Shout out to them. So, yeah, today I'm ready.
Okay, he's ready. Okay, let's see what he's got.
Otak, always a treat, always a joy to see, especially when he's happy. Very fun person in the Trackmania community. So let's listen to the cast address for a second now, and then we'll have the players come in, introductions, picking bands, and then the match. About 5 minutes, guys, if you need a bathroom break, if you need a snack. I'm going to use this opportunity to run ads on Twitch so that you don't get them during the game. I know it's annoying with ads, but better now than later. Thank you guys so much. Much love for watching the ads. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to focus on Josh really quickly here because, like you said, we haven't covered him too much. He is a good player.
Also, X-Screen, thank you for the 20 months.
Coming from the UK, also has been kind of risen in the last year in the mixed Trackmania scene. A full speed player initially coming in Trackmania, very sectioned off community, you could say, very focused on just top speed and fun.
Beats me up and then tells me to stay quiet.
Coming into the match today, we had spoken to his father. Jiggy, you can go ahead and pull off that. But yeah, we spoke to his father, and his father's had some interesting things to say.
Yeah, his father yesterday, before the start of the match on day 2, he came in, his son was in tears, and he told him, how much would it take for you to wipe those tears off and try to win this thing? And Josh said, we're going to have another go. Just highlights just how much he was able to convince his son to perform at his best.
That's amazing. When you said how much, I wondered if he said, well, how about $500,000 and the biggest prize pool in Trackmania history? He could have offered that one as well, but a dad knows just what to say at the right time. It seems like that could have woken up the beast here. We'll see what happens, though, as Otak, Wosal, Link Max, and Josh take the stage.
Yes, my friends, you heard it from the desk. That is our next matchup, though our last one, game number 2. It hit the halfway mark, right? Now we pass beyond it, but still a huge play for Big. They're going to be very happy about it. And, I mean, Massive Massa,
Hardy Grenadi. I mean, the two big lads going through to the next round. But
Massive Massa, Hardy Grenadi. I just want my name, King Space Swarper. Thank you guys. We will lock in on the game. I won't be able to see alerts during the match.
In this
This is a big one.
Esports World Cup, we have to have people that go away.
We will say goodbye to some excellent players here, no matter who wins.
In this next matchup, which 2 players will join them in that next round, in that final day here at the Esports World Cup? Let's meet them. Please welcome the next 4 racers to the stage.
Otak Wosal,
It's
Josh,
Otak!
and Link Max.
Josh 1248 and Wosal!
A third matchup for the day, and 4 players on another level yet again. I know, we're getting used to this high-level Trackmania. That's what you expect to see at Trackmania at EWC. Reminder again, who advances, who gets eliminated, it's tough all between.
So,
but
we should have a very good insight into what's going to happen in the veto. I'm curious if we can predict the perfect one. So listen to this. Well, we're going to have the preview first, but Josh bans Japan, Link bans Norway, Wosal bans South Korea, Otak bans Argentina, Otak picks Saudi Arabia, Wosal picks Germany, Link picks Canada, and Josh picks Australia. Decider is Hungary or Poland. Josh bans Japan, Link bans Norway, Wosal bans South Korea, and Otak bans Argentina. Otak picks Saudi, Wosal picks Germany, Otak picks Canada. Wosal Germany, Link then between Saudi, Hungary, Poland, I think. He might pick Australia. My camera's blocking, by the way. Saudi for Link. Will Josh pick Australia, the full speed map? I find it likely. Hungary is also there. He's picked that before. Argentina. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Damn it. Oh, wait. Australia was banned, guys. I didn't see that. Ah. Otak really doesn't like Australia. Aha. I lost the plot. Okay. GG. Still an interesting set. I was so sure. As soon as I saw the A, I was so sure that was Argentina because Otak's banned it previously. But I misread it. Sorry, guys, sorry. We had most of the pieces to the puzzle. But yeah, Australia against Josh, a very dangerous map. Let's make sure we have correct audio here. So if we think about this set overall, nice sign, I like that. If we think about this set overall, I think advantage Otak and Wosal, the 2 favorites to go through. Link had his best map banned away in South Korea. So that one not to be seen. But he's quite good on Canada. He's quite good on Hungary as well. Drivable, fast maps that suit his style. Let's see what happens. Round 1 underway. Here we go. Wosal, small clip. Everyone a little shaky in the start. There goes Link. Wasn't able to get the uphill quite right. Wosal also with a mistake, so position flip once more. Josh versus Otak. Battle for first. Like this pink car skin. It's a very beautiful one. Easy to see that that is Josh on the track. Otak now with smooth slaloms in the dirt. Losing a bit of speed there though. For the grass they go. Otak loses his position for a moment. Josh can push to the right here, more speed. Still Otak up front. Last turn around the bend. Josh goes inside line. Does get pulled quite down to the right. Has to ice slide. Can Otak snipe? Yes, he can. First round win goes to Otak, 102.5. Second for Josh. Third for Wosal. Link might not be able to finish. Yep. Frustration. Was not able to get there. 0 for Link in round 1. So unfortunate crash there in the slalom. If you think about the match overall, Otak wanted his finalist attempt to happen on this map. The advantage of being seed 1 is that you not only decide what map you start on, you decide what map the match likely ends on. Just how the points work out in cup mode. Typically you've hit around 140 points on map 6. So that is Otak's plan right now. And he's starting with 10, which is well done. Josh challenging again, but here Otak gained a bit of time last time. Link with another mistake to kick things off. Wosal tip-tapping away. You can see he's playing keyboard. And then we have 3 controller players. Link on a N64 controller, as we like to point out. Josh with the inside approach. This time it looks better. Doesn't have to ice slide. Wosal has to. Positions remain. Josh first, Otak second. Wosal third, and Link does finish 4th place. Tied first place now between Josh and Otak. And I think on paper, most people have Wosal as their second favorite in this one. But Josh is a player that has really good days and really bad days. And when he has form, he is quite hard to stop. Link respawning, so much frustration. Seen in that player camera bottom right. Not happy about that. Otak keeps driving clean starts. First 30 seconds done. The ending not that likely to crash. It's more about which position it ends up being. It's these two who have played by far the best match so far. Josh, just a pixel from the edge. Side by side with Otak into the ending. Different lines here. For a moment Josh is ahead, but now gets pulled down. Has to ice slide. This will be Otak overtaking in the same way as round 1. Otak gets under the banner. That's another 10 points. So Otak there, the wide setup does seem better. Does seem like it's working out better at least. Yeah, for consistency. But yeah, quite an awful start for Link. The thing is, we even had this out to be a map that Link might select. Canada for him could be good, but right now, just 6 points gained in 3 rounds of play. Very, very low. And you have to break that at some point. Oh, and we can tell he crashed. We can tell he crashed again. And at this point, you have to mental reset. Somehow, some way. You have to not let it get to you. Oh, Otak, okay. Almost goes south for him as well. Josh overtakes, same position as previously. Wosal struggling too, but it's largely overlooked because Link's struggles have been far worse. What now in the ending? Josh, inside setup, still gets a good downhill angle here. And they are trading blows. Josh, does he miss? It's fine. 2 for 2 for both Josh and Otak. 2 wins, 2 second places. 32 points for them both. What does Link do on Germany here? This is a map that's typically banned away like half the time here, Germany. Not a map we see that often, but in this match, Wosal gets his way on a map he really likes. Josh happy with the start to this one. Nodding in approval. Germany, the map we just saw, decide the previous match. Backwards driving, spinning on the ice to rotate the car back forwards. A map with a lot of pace, but also a difficult one to get everything right on. Many players don't pick this one because they don't like the backwards mechanics here. Typically on backwards maps you can slide and gain time. Here you cannot because they are actually driving the backwards sections in forwards gear. So it is faster to not slide. Very weird how that works, but that is the strategy that is optimal. Link with a good start here, and he already needs to lock in. Far behind, Josh full face plant out of the round. Where's Wosal? There he comes into the frame. Side by side with Link, overtakes down the grass hill. Spin, synchronized. Synchronously, I don't know if that's a word. We move on into the grass part. Wosal left to right, up the hill. Otak getting closer. No slide. Better for Otak, I would say, but even better for Link. Wosal clipped the fence. Otak gets the lowest jump. Early landing. Link with a bit more speed. Down the grass hill. Both jumping. Link has a chance at this. More speed. Look at this. This is going down to the wire. Yesterday, Otak lost the round by 2,000ths in the ending here to put him in the lower bracket. Here, Link snipes him by 900ths. And we've talked about how in cup mode, what matters most is 10-pointers. You can crash. You can crash a lot, in fact. As long as you get enough 10-pointers to compensate. It's the neon strategy. Sure, you have some disastrous mistakes, but in the rounds you don't. It's full score. So already there, Link with one 10-pointer almost catches up the entire gap he had to Wosal. Gets one more, he gets a lot closer to Josh. That way he can keep climbing. Here though, slow start for him. Now Wosal jumping far. Pressing backwards just at the perfect time. Little bit wide there to hold the no slide. Otak, Josh better. Otak too wide. Bump on the corner. Josh left in first. Josh very wide here. Widest setup we've seen. That's awkward. I don't think that's on purpose, but he makes it work. Wosal catching up though. Fling into the turn. Dodges the bump. Josh better no slide. Up to the jump. Wosal hit the fence here. Avoids that mistake now. And what about the ending? Not going his way. He's going to lose a lot of time here because you cannot gain time accelerating backwards. Josh like to get first. What about Otak? The spin. That's late. That's wide. Is Link there? Oh no, Otak! An annoying position to lose. And a point of a map that's probably still haunting his mind from yesterday. 2,000th loss to Binks. Now one ending loss to Link and another position lost there for Otak. Started steering the spin a little too early. And this is a potentially really bad map to have problems on because we might see this twice. This might come up again just at the very end of the match in the battle for second. So if Wosal finds himself, if Otak finds himself there, he'd have to hold his nerves. Link sliding out. Can't hold the grip. Otak third. And Josh now has the lead in the match. This has gone unnoticed. Has scored the most points so far. Wosal versus Josh in the ending of this one. Can't fully see who's getting the better of that one. Otak clips. Wosal more speed down the hill. Oh, hold that thought. Josh is there. He slides, and that loses time. Awkward setup. Wosal has a comfortable lead. He wins this round. Great time too, 1:11.05. Josh second, Otak third, Link fourth. $51 points for Josh, 46 for Otak, 33 Wosal, 28 for Link. Last round of Germany. Still yet to see the 110s. Everyone is capable of them. Otak now with a fast start. Typically in Trackmania, the way it works is if you've driven a part perfectly, you are more tempted to drive the next part perfectly. You're more tempted to fully push because you're on a good run. That's just how you're conditioned to play. And so when you do just a few turns in the start a little bit better, you dare to risk more because you're really feeling the run. And right now, Otak is on world record pace. It starts by just having a few hundredths of a second ahead in the start, and you get motivated, you get hungry. Otak wants to redeem himself here. He wants to finish Germany with a bang. Let's see the no slide here. Is it good enough to hold the lead? 0.25 ahead of everyone else who's all driving 111 low pace. Otak is driving 110.8 down the hill through the checkpoint. This is still 101 pace for Otak. Last turn, what about the other positions? Link was second for a moment. Here comes Josh, here comes Wosal. Link second, and Wosal third, Josh fourth. Otak with a safe ending there, gets 10 points. Might this be family or friends here? Fun to see everybody have their support around them. Very close race there. But yeah, you know the ending there, like Otak was almost 0.3 ahead. And even though he lost 2 tenths in the ending, he still ended up at a 111.07. He was blazing through that map. If someone gets second every race until finalists, would that be enough to win? Someone might be able to do the calculations, but I actually don't think so. I think you do need a couple of 10-pointers. Like 2 wins and a third place is 24 points. Whereas 4 second places is also 24 points. So it's just way more efficient to have a couple of 10-pointers in the mix. On to Saudi Arabia. This has been selected by Otak in past matches. One of his favorite maps. This time picked by Link. Otak with a 33.5 fast checkpoint. Back in the lead of the match now. Overtook Josh. Down the discs. Link, awkward setup, late to the drift, pursed lips, bit of tension there. Also missing the approach ever so slightly, but Wosal did too. Very close in this race. Josh with a huge overtake there, massive speed through the drift, similar to Otak before the last jump. Otak too low, Josh lands clean, Wosal lands second best, and Link ends up third. And Otak, yeah, he was ahead of Josh. He was on a 107.5. Ends up fourth though. And now Josh is in the lead. 64, 59, 43, 38. Nothing decided yet, but clearly Otak and Josh have found their flow the best. Really have not seen much from Wosal. Link had a couple 10-pointers. And what we've seen from Link has been a lot of mistakes. And it starts to get to you. It starts to build in your head. You've come into the match, you've prepared, you've thought about all the lines you'll drive, the ways you're going to strategize, and then you just crash after crash. And the frustration builds, and it's very hard to shake that feeling when things start going wrong. You already start thinking, what if, instead of focusing on the next round. Wosal losing speed on that landing. Otak versus Josh. Round to the dirt. Josh, more speed. He gained a lot here last time. This time Otak commits better. Around the spectator stands and into the last drop. Who has the best landing? This time looks good for Otak. Bit low speed, but Josh is too far. 10 points for Otak, 6 for Josh, 4 for Wosal, and a DNF for Link. A DNF for Link. Very, very critical that he keeps scoring points. See if he can recover. Already a very difficult map because Link is one of these players that puts a lot of points, you could say, into their best map, which is by far South Korea. That one not in the rotation. So there's no save to be had there. And overall, just a very difficult set here. Argentina-Hungary might not make this a prettier picture. We will see. Wosal versus Otak now. Wosal also needs a 10-pointer soon to not fall behind in the standings. Outpacing Otak for now. He had a bad landing here last time, Wosal, and this time it's not good either. Josh with a no slide. Link up to third. Otak has passed Wosal in the battle for first. Wosal having something to say about that though. Bit wide. Side by side for the last jump. Who has the better release timing? Otak released early. Both of them clip. Is Link Max going to come through? Where is Link? Otak double respawning. He's going to hit the slow-mo. Still an outside chance for a snipe, and Josh flies through to take that one away. Chaotic round. And Wosal third, Link fourth. 1:11 the winning time here, which is not something you see too often. That's typically a last place time. 80 points for Josh, 75 for Otak. The gap down is over 20 points to Wosal, 30 to Link, which is really steep now. Hard to recover. I don't want to feel like I'm repeating myself here, but we are starting to have to treat this match as a duel between Otak and Josh for Seed 1, as the others are falling further and further behind. Maybe momentum can swing here. They're giving the two leaders a good battle now. Great landing by Wosal up front. Link as well. Slightly ahead. Good setup. Nobody failing the drift. Josh safing it a little bit though. Link passing Wosal. Onto the rock. No bad bump to be had. Link low speed drift, but inside line to follow. Who gets the best last jump? Wosal and Link both desperate for the 10-pointer, but Josh has a perfect landing. He might get close. Wosal has first, Link second. Josh gains a lot. Still third, Otak fourth. Now for a tricky map. Argentina. Surprise pick here by Wosal. Sorry, by Otak. No, what? Not by Otak. Who picked this? Josh picked Argentina, I think. Mixing up my words, guys. The point I was trying to bring up in my mind is that Otak has banned Argentina in past matches. Here he wants this to be the lesser of two evils. It was either Argentina to leave in the map pack or Australia. And Australia has a full speed map. Josh is a great full speed player, and so they had to take it out of the map pack. I don't know if anyone's a specialist here per se. The tournament record, 1:12.22 from Gwen. Expecting winning times here of 1:12 high to 1:13 low. Josh, in 4 rounds previously on this, got a 1:13.5 as his best time. Still lots to be desired there. Bit low speed approach to the checkpoint. Gets matched by Wosal. Close drift, very close to the wall. Also dropping down. A good angle to set up this drift. Wosal pacing. Link able to follow Josh, but Wosal has a gap. Otak drops down. Late turnaround for Link, who gets the first place split on the checkpoint, but lost on the next. Way too fast into that one. Josh versus Wosal. Better approach for Josh, you'd think. Wosal getting a bad landing, having to go wide. Otak gains a position. Now the ice slide. Who has the better speed? Josh still holding on, 0.16. Into the wall. Otak seen for a moment, now disappears. Oh, very sideways for Wosal. But the positions remain. 1:12.6. Very strong here, very strong run. That's a fast winning time. And with that, he increases his lead in the match. 94, 82, 67, and 50. The Link in a previous match, 1:12.6. Does have the ability to match Josh there, but the mental situation is very different now. Under so much pressure. Back against the wall. You need to clutch up now or never. Not too happy about his start. It's going to take a lot of risks here, Link, to try to come back in the match, but he's only falling wide on the jump, losing a bit more time. Now has to even up the ante further, and the turnaround might be where he sends it. This is decent. Wosal still first. He too, desperate for 10. Josh almost clippings, barely gets past the wall. Goes out wide for this high-speed ice slide. Let's see how it works out for him. Overtakes Josh again. More speed towards the ending. That is a clever find. Great driving as well to execute it that way. Wosal should have no problem winning this round. Smooth landing the bobsleigh wall. Josh, though, keeps scoring well, and 6 points here. Brings him to 100 overall. Third round of Argentina. We've seen 112 both rounds so far. The level is very high. Wosal, perfect start there. And through the drift. Link, great slalom. Set up on the booster. We are hearing the arena we're in erupt, guys. I think things are happening in Counter-Strike right now. They're having everyone standing, cheering. Not sure what's going on over there. Trackmania, we have a close battle. Link hoping to give the crowd something to cheer for as well. Good turnaround. 2 thousandths ahead of Wosal at the previous checkpoint. Now 1/10, more speed. Through the gap. Oh, Wosal with the wide setup. They were equal at that ramp. Let's see what unfolds. Wosal lands here, can set up the ice slide later. That's a higher speed ice slide. He does set up. Link gains, 1/10 gain in that portion. Close to the wall. Wosal struggling here. This is going to bounce out of control most likely. We'll get a poor landing here. Link finally back on the board with a 10-pointer. Can't have asked for that any sooner, and it's a 112.6. Josh in last there. Josh and Otak bottom 2. Wosal, Link top 2. This equalizes the scoreboard as much as possible. And Wosal is actually quite close to Otak. Otak started us off with a few 10-pointers on Canada, had 32 points there. Wosal only about 16. That gap has shrunk over the previous couple maps, and now Wosal very close to battling for a second. Good boost, but not able to control it. Flies off the map there, Wosal. Opportunity Otak to remain ahead in that battle. Link getting sent wide, able to recover. Into the bobsleigh turnaround. Otak first. Sets up very slowly, tries to take it gently, saves too much, and finds himself in an awkward spot, having over-tapped the brake. Now Josh first, Link second. Ending still to go. Josh clean landing. Into the ice. This should be Josh's round to win. How does he control the ending? That's a good setup. Just want to get pushed a little bit to the right, up on the booster, then get pulled to the left. Link in some trouble. Controls the car. Oh, aims the gap as well for Josh. And he takes another 10 points there. Great map choice by Josh. Getting some good 10-pointers. Smiling, happy about it. 113 points or so. I didn't see the exact right now. There's Neon in the crowd watching the games today. He's already qualified, so just relaxing, getting ready for tomorrow. Now we're loading up on Hungary. This was the random decided map. It stood between this and Poland. And it being Hungary here might favor Josh and Link. Josh has picked this in a match before, and Link has a really strong time on the campaign version of the track. Link at one point drove a 59.06 when grinding for the world record. One of the fastest known times. You can see the world record is a 59.4. The ending here is slightly different, so that should be said, but Link is quick, has driven 59.2 on the version that we're seeing here. Slightly different ending block placements is the difference. Josh 113, Otak 92, Link 70, Wosal 87. Through the first loop, it's Otak in the lead. Also has a good line. But there comes Link Max. Can he find some momentum? Good turn as well. Sets up wider than the rest. He released to make that line happen. The speed has to be there to justify it. Josh drops down to 4th. Doesn't get the right drift. And Link's speed line was not beneficial. Falls a bit behind. 2 French players now. Up front, onto the first beam jump. All landing. Link arguably gets closer. More speed here. Still pretty far up to Otak. The position should remain, but Otak clips. Link overtakes. Wosal first. Link second. And like we've talked about, this kind of scoreboard brings everybody closer. Wosal now at 97. Overtakes Otak in the battle. And Link at 76. So didn't catch the winning time there, but we are going into the 59s and Otak. This is becoming dangerous for him. The favorite to win this match is now in 3rd in points and last currently in this round. We briefly spoke to him yesterday. He was distraught, losing a spot in the upper bracket by 0.02 of a second to Binks. Now finds himself in a really difficult spot as well. Not driving ideally. With tournament life on the line, Wosal, who had a slow start, is coming back to life. Battling Link Max. Josh as well has dropped off a little bit in momentum. Wosal inside setup, Link more speed. Link challenging for this. He's going for it. What's the landing? Link gets the snipe by 0.09 of a second. Huge ending there. Full speed line. Confident smile and a yep was uttered there. I saw that. 86 points for Link. 103 for Wosal. 98 Otak and 121 Josh. Things are shifting in this matchup. Oh, there's a crash from Link though. That'll make things a little easier for the leading players. Link here has so much pace on paper, but that crash is going to put him too far. 0.6. Sure, he'll try to risk this as much he can, but right now he's not even getting closer. Josh now needs to get a good drift here. Had a bad one in a previous round. This looks solid. Wosal with good speed as well, not fully out of it. A lot can happen on those beam jumps. Wide setup around the bend. Otak wide. Josh a bit closer. Still Otak in the advantage, but Josh, great overtake. Into the last turn, he hits the wall though. Too wide setup. Otak, he needs this 10-pointer. He can't let it go. Wosal off the blocks. Josh gets second. Link in 3rd, and Wosal in 4th. Rounds PB there for Otak to put him back in 2nd place now in the match. Otak 108, Wosal 106. Link on 90. Still anyone's game. And look at this, you see camera 3 there being used. Some camera players like to prefer more than others. Oh, there's a clip. That was Link on from the race. 2 inside line with the reactor booster. Oftentimes you can drive over the corner, but not with reactor. It pulls you down in that moment and the wheel crashes. Wosal hits the inside of the wall. Josh and Otak, top 2 on the scoreboard. Top 2 in the round. Left to fight for the 10-pointer. Otak needs it more than Josh. Josh with a comfortable lead overall. What can Otak make happen? Inside line, lost the gear. Josh with speed advantage onto the beam. First jump, clean for both. Second jump, Josh should have this one under control. Can't even release on the landing, doesn't need to. Otak second, Wosal 3rd, Link 4th. Josh at 137 points, drives a personal best just before entering finalist mode. And now, no matter what happens in the next round, he will enter finalist. But more importantly, can he defeat Otak on the next map? We're going back to Canada. Otak's choice. he expected to play this map when he was finalist. Otak quite far from it, but he can use this map to hit finalist himself. But all but likely for Otak, he's going to hit finalist mode around Germany again. And that is going to be tense. Lots of things on the line now, guys. These are elimination matches. Bottom 2 from this match are fully out of the tournament ahead of the final day tomorrow. If you get top 2 here, you make top 16 and enter the last day. Just a finish necessary for Josh. Can look to the nice on points. Otak struggling. Not going to be able to battle for the big points here. That mistake already costing about a second in exit speed. Wosal low. Able to control it. Actually only 0.4 from Otak. Masterfully saved by him. To not fall too far out of contention. Link wide. Not getting a great setup. Releasing at a good time here though. That is one position gain. Josh unable to hold second against the speed Link had. Gets through in the drift and okay. Similar lines. Wide from Link. Josh with more speed there. Wosal clearly in first. An entirely different picture than what we saw first time around on Canada. Can Wosal get a 10-pointer here? Josh going to be happy with whatever. Gets through the drift. Now the last turn. Wosal sets it up. He has the line. Down the hill. Link not with the best speed, but that could be an important 6 points. And he gets past Josh. Josh only finishing third. Wosal up to 120. Link at 99. Josh finalist and Otak at 117 himself. So Josh has a chance to close out a player many thought could qualify in the match, but few would have as the match winner. But he's had a fantastic day, driven great consistent rounds, scored many 10-pointers. And past time this map was played, he won 2 out of 4 rounds. Now he only needs 1 of the next 3. But Otak was the other best player at that time, also winning 2 rounds. And he is right now the one holding the gate, the one denying Josh from advancement. Can he hold this on for the next 30 seconds of driving through the dirt slalom? Otak clipped here once. He avoids it. Josh tends to gain on the dirt. But in the ending, we know Josh is going for a line that isn't as consistent. He goes for a middle setup up the ice uphill, and that tends to push him into an ice slide angle in the end. Let's see what happens. Otak with a wide setup. Josh making his line work. Is he able to overtake? Otak has the necessary speed. He denies him and stays with 4 players in the running. Otak at 127 now. Wosal 124. Link 102. Next round on Canada. It is looking more and more likely that if Otak makes a mistake here, Josh is going through. He is the second fastest, second most consistent player on this map. Otak has to do a lot of the heavy lifting himself, but here comes Link, maybe able to join his efforts. Link wants no one to close out yet. He needs time to build up points to come back in the match. Josh and Otak, look at them go. This was the picture we saw last time as well. Otak overtakes for a moment. Now through the dirt. Josh tends to gain here by approaching more inside left. More speed down the hill there. Over the snow. Josh has the lead. Otak wider, wants the speed in the right-hander here. That's the justification. He is only a wheel length ahead. Josh approaching the drift with a better line, but now this setup on the ice downhill could be decisive. Josh will have to ice slide this one most likely. He doesn't need to. Josh has done it. He won the match against Otak, Link, and Wosal. Incredible time too, 102.1. And Josh, the type of player that when he has these standout days, standout performances, he can really pop off. And here he makes himself known on the Trackmania esports scene. He used to be only a full speed player. At this point, you've seen him drive Argentina ice, slaloms on Canada, and a lot of dirt as well on Saudi Arabia. He can do anything. Wosal crashing. Otak versus Link. Important round for Link here. He could deny Otak from entering finalist mode by getting the first place this round. This would help out Wosal as well, tremendously. Very important for Otak to win this battle, but Link pushing perfect precision on the N64 controller. Down the downhill, Otak with a better approach here, gaining a couple of hundredths. Back in his favor. The ice downhill will decide, and you would favor Otak, the Team 2020 player, has so many years of experience on the ice. Link clipped, Otak trying to save it, sets up a straight line, wants to make it foolproof, and Otak gets to finalist mode. But this is where the drama might begin. Is it going to be redemption for Otak? Is it going to be heartbreak for Wosal and Link? Throughout the match, it has been Otak and Josh that have looked the cleanest. But we are also going to the next map, guys. And the next map is Germany, picked by Wosal. This could get very, very dicey. And if we remember yesterday, this is also the very map that Otak lost his match on. Final ice spin, 2000s behind Vinks, double finalist mode. So this map comes back for Wosal just in time. 2 wins in a row for Wosal, and he makes it through. Otak just needs 1, Link needs 4. Let's see what happens. First drift, best for Wosal. Good speed down the hill as well. Wide setup through the checkpoint, wants the speed before the backwards part, but this was too wide. This lost him time here. Wosal losing ground. Best for Link and Otak. Backwards part, the first landing, looks good for Otak. Has that inside downhill approach, doesn't have to steer as much, and he is back ahead, albeit only by a 2000s. Wosal crashed. Otak has a golden opportunity. He cannot let this one go. He has to control his nerves. This is the moment Otak was waiting for. He wanted first place in the match, but here, this has to be it for Otak. This is what sends you through to tomorrow with a smile, with redemption. Deep breath on the backwards jump, land the backwards, hold the speed, and do not turn around too early. Make sure the car is spinning onto the booster. That looks good for him. Steer to the finish, don't slide out. And Otak has done it. He makes it through to the top 16. And Link Max and Wosal are knocked out of the tournament. What a match. What a match. Really impressive by Link and Wosal for keeping up. Link especially not being his main game. Really impressive from Otak to redeem himself. And Josh beating all these strong players. Also a fun surprise. Josh, mind you, is around 19 years old, I believe. Also one of the prodigies. I can't believe what just happened. But he can be very, very proud and happy of that performance. We have one more game coming up after this, guys, and it is proclaimed to be the most stacked lower bracket match ever. It's Pac, Pusito Paco, Mudda, and Uffy. But now let's hear from the caster desk what they're talking about. Pac, Pusito Paco, Mudda, and Uffy coming up after this one. Crazy. Crazy stuff.
And of course, commiserations as well for not making it as far as they would have wanted. That's the end of their story this time around, but certainly, I'm sure there's a lot more chapters left.
Look at this Josh coming through. I mean, look, he couldn't believe it. That was Josh's reaction there, by the way. Huge credit to the team in the back for catching that specific reaction from Josh, who had already clipped on Saudi way earlier. And my word, it will be Josh and Otak coming through after a thrilling, thrilling set of races here in your decider match number 2 in Group A.
Incredible moment. That's the reaction from Josh as well. Just relief, elation, ecstasy. Knowing, I think the best feeling in the world in Trackmania is qualifying and knowing that you could just spectate
just
for a
watch
little
for
bit.
a minute.
Just relax for a few seconds. It is exactly what you want to do. But for now, I mean, those two are very, very happy. Let's hear what they have to say right now. We've got Josh. We've got Otak on the main stage of Milos.
Yes, my friends, it is time for yet another Key Crush. Joined here by Josh and Otak. Let's head to our crusher, all three of us together, gentlemen. Our first key is going to be
all right, guys, we have the ceremony.
Himself, Josh 1248, what
take a
a
look.
Performance. I'm going to let you go in to our key master who will guide you through it all. We'll be standing by the side here, seeing what happens. That is Wosail's key, the first one to be crushed after an incredible performance from Josh, 12:48.
I can't take it, guys. I can't take it.
Simple as that. Gentlemen, come on over here real quick between us. Josh, first question, I mean, you qualify for tomorrow. Do you have a new cool shirt for the next day ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a collection. You know, you can just see when it happens.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. And of course, tomorrow you'll be playing with Elcon and Mime in their group. Any words for them before that match?
I mean, they're two incredible players. I was actually teammates with Elcon last year, I think it was. And I mean, he's an incredible player. Mime, I mean, so close to a couple world championships. But I mean, if I play how I did today, I've got a chance. So, I mean, best of luck. May the best win.
May the best win. Thank you very much. Now we move on to OTAC. OTAC, now as second place, you'll be playing in a very
Josh also doesn't have an org, by the
Neon
way.
and Carl Jr.
Just saying.
in that game. Is there anything you'd like to say to them ahead of that incredible match?
OTAC, Neon, Carl Jr.
I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow will be a new day. And yeah, be prepared, I guess.
Be prepared. Well, Josh, I'm going to tell you to come on over behind me because it's time for you, OTAC, to crush our second and final key here.
That
That'll
can't be real.
Link Max's key. The last one to be crushed.
Is that
out
real?
of Game 3 here. Our second to last matchup of the day. A straight shot for OTAC. One of the last remaining French players in the tournament. Team Liquid victorious.
Wait, I'm blocking it. I'm blocking it. Maybe it's best I block it. You don't want to see that. How can Carl and Neon play each other again? Wow. Let's hear the talent test. What's up? Is that true?
Well, we cannot wait to dissect what just occurred.
Maybe
the
he missed
emotion, Josh, his family supporting
He might have missed
the
both,
race, and what a race it was. We will have so much more of that in a moment. But we have a big update on the club championship. We have to hit to it because there's an update with Falcons at the SDC Arena. Chris,
wait, no, it's
what's
not.
going
Hang on. Yeah, it's true.
Falcons, absolute generational. Ginny, get in here. I can't believe it.
Yeah, because upper bracket they stay winner, right?
That's the mountaintop 8. That is a phenomenal fumble.
Like,
considering what happened with AGL in
let me show you
Crossfire.
guys on the other screen here. Let me just full screen this. So we have the matches here. So Gwen and Epos, although they played each other, will play in the quarterfinals. Carl and Neon will play each other, plus from this match. Elcon and Mime played each other. They will play each other again. So yeah. But this is playoffs.
Well, just when we thought
This is
things were
loose
getting
one and
certain,
you're out,
there
right?
goes the unexpected. Thanks, Chris and Jenny, for the update. We'll keep you posted. Trackmania is still on course to help
Yeah, this
decide
is just loose
where
one and
that
you're out.
$7 million prize, the elusive title
So everyone
of
is down
club
on 1
champion at the
HP.
Esports World Cup goes to. But
Everyone will be down on 1 HP tomorrow.
Import, I'm going to start with you because you mentioned
And
the story
yo,
about Josh. You mentioned the
wear this
words,
one if
and
you want.
Look at what we just saw.
First, to say,
And let me turn it on. Can you hear me fine? Do you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right, I hear you too. Okay, guys, we have another person on the friend cam here. Link, warm welcome. You can see yourself here if you want. And please come closer. How was all that? How was that experience?
Wild.
It was wild, yeah?
Certainly something.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we saw that there was a lot of things that didn't go your way in that match. And there were some bans as well that didn't favor you. South Korea was banned out, your first pick map. But
yeah.
Overall, right, like you came to this tournament from Trackmania forever. You're now playing Trackmania 2020 and competing with these guys at the top level. That is already really commendable. And do you see yourself continuing to compete in Trackmania 2020 after this?
If there's something I'm interested in, I mean, I'll be playing Kaki.
Yeah, Kaki.
Kaki in a few months.
Back to Kaki, I love it, respect it.
Currently, I want to break.
Yeah, I get it. It's been a lot of grinding, right?
It certainly has been.
What was your preparation coming into this tournament? Now that we can talk about it.
Just playing. I don't know.
Just a lot of grinding before,
just grinding, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've been playing TM20 essentially since the Red Bull event constantly.
Also want to pull up the chat here so you can see it. Yeah, essentially because that's kind of what started it, right? You came into Red Bull faster, and then you started competing for the regional spots, and then you won the regional in Oceania, and now you find yourself here on the big stage. You were very close also to making the top 16 for tomorrow. I think that is a performance to be proud of. And
definitely. I did way better than I thought.
Yeah.
I wasn't even sure if I would make it out the bottom 4, and yet here I am.
Yeah, and I mean, you beat some high caliber players as well, like the win against Offie with the comeback and everything. So some really big highlights now. You have gained a lot of fans from your input device. A lot of people have seen it and appreciated it. Do you want to show it here also on the camera? It's this one up here. So Link, what made you start playing with the N64 controller? Maybe you can tell the story. This is the controller that he's played all the matches on.
It's what I was used to.
From Mario or from?
I grew up playing a Nintendo 64 actually, despite my age. I'm only 21. My mother had her brother's N64.
Okay.
And it's what I grew up playing. My first game was either Trackmania or Mario Kart 64. One of the two. My parents can't remember which one I played first.
And one thing we've noticed in some pictures, I want to talk about that too. Like the stick kind of locks to either the left or the right. Is that intended?
So this is like a degraded, like terrible controller. Like the joystick.
Because people were speculating about like a steel stick or something.
No, I don't have a steel stick. I've looked into it. I might try it at one point, but I'm not. It's very hard to find. They sell out essentially instantly. And fairly pricey.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how it would feel. Like, would it feel the same? Would it feel different? Because the reason why I use this is because of the feel.
Well, I mean, after this, we are expecting to see, somewhat of an org perhaps want to pick you up. I mean, there's a lot of great unsigned players that are having performances here. Yourself, Neon, Josh, just to mention a few. So maybe they could be the ones to provide the stick. But like, there's been so many advancements in controllers since the N64 release. You now have buttons on the back for potential action keys or camera changes, and you do have the Z button. Yes, I know. Do you think you're going to stick to the N64, or are you going to make a move to another one?
The thing with the stick is that it's fairly stiff, so it's a lot easier to kind of hold it in place.
Right.
I have very shaky hands, just in general.
Yeah.
Like on the Xbox sticks, for example, I literally can't hold it steady. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So it helps in that way.
And you have alluded to, at least in the group chats I'm in, that when you come home now, there are a couple of Nations Forever records you want to go for.
Oh, definitely.
There are some new shortcuts that have happened. Is that something you're looking forward to?
100%.
Just like not having to think about competition and just grinding some good old TMNF.
Yeah, I don't. This has been very stressful, very, very draining.
Yeah. I can imagine, yeah. And did I see it right that you were also here with your family? Are they in the crowd?
My dad is here, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because they did film some supporters, and I thought maybe he looked a little bit like he wasn't sure, didn't want to see him, but that's awesome. Are you going to stay here for the next couple of days and see Paris at all?
Yeah, definitely. I have a chance to be a tourist now, which is nice.
Just
I don't have
enjoy
to grind
the time.
24/7.
I mean, that's great. It'll be a nice couple of days now. There will be a lot of great matches coming up.
Do I like Zelda? Yes. Majora's Mask is my favorite game of all time.
It's a based opinion. It's a really good game. We always ask the players to come up here to join us in a prediction. So the next one is crazy.
This match is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. I'm still going to put you on the spot, though. We have Pac, Pusito Paco, Mudda, and Offie. We are predicting for the match winner, the first place.
I'm always going to go Mudda.
Yeah, Mudda.
I love him.
Mudda on a good day.
He was in my practice room.
Yeah.
Australia.
Did you see things that we will find hard to believe in those practice matches? Times, consistency, things like that.
We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah.
What he pulls.
Pusito Paco's impressed. Offie, he wasn't that strong. We got him. And Pac. Pac also dropping to lower bracket. Very surprising.
Very surprising as well. That Epos just played.
Yeah.
He locked in at the end.
Also, guys, no shade to Offie. That was merely a joke. But yeah,
that's great.
Link, it's a pleasure to have you here. It's also cool to see that you've made this step. It's a big step to take, and it's your first tournament, and it can only go up from here, I think.
Yeah.
Even further. If you wanna compete for it, you definitely have shown the level.
Definitely.
So, if you wanna say something to the fans in chat, there's a lot of people that have enjoyed watching you over the week. So
Even if it's a better game, I stand by it. I like it way better than this one.
Let's convince them next year to have Nations forever be the game. I love that. I love that. But yeah, lots of people here rooting for you, and congratulations once again. Still very strong performance.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you for doing the booth for a bit.
Very great to meet you.
Enjoy the rest of the matches. All right, guys. Fastest way only represented on the big stage. You'd love to see it. Link there. He has 12-13 world records in Nations Forever out of 65 possible.
Very stressful for me.
Incredible Nations Forever Hunter. And in general, world record hunter. He has the world records on a lot of maps as well. In this tournament.
I had this like come.
Why'd you move to Germany?
And of course, everyone, when they come up here after having lost the game, there's only so much of a smile you can put on their face because, yeah, they've just had the biggest loss of their career, right? Whether it's their first tournament or their 100th tournament, this is the big one. This is the biggest tournament of all time. So it always hurts, but I think Link dealing with it pretty well. I think he had hopes of top 16 and maybe a little further, but still very strong performance overall. Let us preview now the next game. Let us preview the next game. I have again my sheet where I looked at the veto for all the maps, and I have some stats to share with you guys. For match 4, it is Offie picking first. It's Offie banning first, then Mudda, then Paco, then Pac. Then Pac picks first, then Paco, then Mudda, then Offie. I've looked at what they ban. So Offie tends to ban Japan or Saudi Arabia. Mudda always bans Poland so far. Pusito Paco always bans Australia so far. And Pac has been banning a mix of Australia, Hungary, and Hungary. But since Pusito Paco is banning away Australia, most likely, I think Pac will ban Hungary. What we end up with is a ban list that definitely includes Poland, definitely includes Australia, and might include Japan, Saudi Arabia, or Hungary as well. First pick is Pac. He still is likely to get his Germany, unless it's target banned. Pusito Paco, likely to opt for Canada, although he has good performances on Saudi as well. Mudda could get his Norway in this set, unbelievably enough. There's a chance Mudda gets to play Norway. We expect him to be very strong on the map for the ice. And Offie, if it's available, will pick South Korea. That is the expectation. People might wonder why Australia is so banned. And the map is not that hard to drive. It's wide open roads. It's quite a lot of space. You don't crash so much in Australia. The problem on Australia is that you get outpaced. There are players that are better at a mechanic called speed sliding on road. And they can gain consistently 2 to 3 tenths of a second on you every single time. Unless you have practiced it also. For several years. Well, let's hear what Pac is saying here, by the way.
Am I in the right place on all the tracks? And sort of going from there, I think my mental game going into tournaments is hopefully stronger than others, and I don't tend to like crash out. I'm more of a calm kind of player when it comes to it.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game.
All right, we got a couple of words from Pac there while we're back to waiting for the match to start. But yeah, predictions for the win here. Link said Mudda. I am inclined to agree. It's do or die for Mudda. It's do or die for everyone, but I just cannot see him exit the tournament this early. Of course, he had some really tough matches. Gwen Epos to fall down to lower bracket, but I think he is going to be top seed. Though it depends on the maps. Now for the second spot between Offie, Pusito Paco, and Pac, I will give the benefit to Pac there. Pusito Paco has impressed me, which by the way, that casting is going to be incredibly confusing. Saying a mix of Paco and Pac. They're two different players.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. It is Friday in Paris, and that means that we are at the end of our decider matches. Group 4 coming up, the final group, and maybe the most anticipated. Can't wait to get underway. Let's start breaking it down. My name is Randy. I've got G-Geek, and I've got Turbo joining me as well. Quick thought, G-Geek. I mean, is this going to be the best match of the day? You think so?
I sure hope so. I mean, on paper, the lineup looks absolutely stacked. Pac, Paco, Afi, and Mutta. Like, Mutta, the shocker of day one, being bumped down to the lower bracket. This is going to be one heck of a matchup.
I thought you might have said packed because we have two basically Pac or Pacos.
Maybe they're going to go on a pact in this match.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a lot to unpack, that statement. I actually need to stop
Guys,
kind of
I'm
writing on the fly.
muting the stream before they commit crimes against shoutcasting. Eben, think of the 3 months. All right. Gotta make sure we don't block the text here. All right, maybe it's fine. We can turn it back on.
I mean, you see the impact that this could have, Turbo, and I wonder how you think he's going to fare in this.
Pac and Paco. Definitely, Paco has already played against Mutta in that very, very first match on day number 1, like last match, but it was such a banger. And now he has to prove himself to make it into day number 4. Mutta also there, still in the tournament, of course, but Pac, for me, the Team Vitality member, was so close to already making it into day number 4. And there we can see him as well. Pac, he's getting ready.
Somebody hold Import back in the stands. I think he might be running into the
I think he might be fangirling all over him. And Pac had a little bit of a struggle on his
Here
match
we
day 2,
go.
especially on Saudi Arabia, where he struggled and completely threw away his first finalist status. Paco
Wikipedia
also
seeding is likely
struggled on that
wrong.
very
I
same
have it
map
sent to
and
me
did not get this chance to express himself
correctly.
on Germany because he was playing against Binks and Stubbs, who were playing out of their
Seed
state
1 Pac,
during that particular
Seed
match.
2
Mutta,
Pasito
again, the shocker
Paco,
from day
Seed
1.
3
He
Mutta,
really
Seed 4 Afi.
turned it around in day 2, was by far the favorite. 2 4-round wins in a row, 4-round win streaks
Afi
in a
does
row.
not have
13 round
a
wins on
org
his
yet,
way
no.
to make his way into day 3. And Afi on day 2 was one of
So
the clear
he,
leaders, but then got caught back up by
definitely
late in the
a
game.
possible
And it will be
pickup
very
for
interesting to see
orgs
what the Swiss driver
for future
can actually
Trackmania
put his car
EWC
and
events.
make way in places into this matchup.
Gonna have to pull a little bit of
Incredibly
a Swiss Army knife
consistent
there to
Afi.
be able to match up on all these maps against these great drivers who many expected
But
would
I think
not
first
be
place,
in this
I'll repeat
position,
my
but here
prediction.
they are, and some
I
will
think
go
Mutta
home. We had a
wins
chance to catch
just
up
ahead
with
of Pac,
a little bit before
Pac
the
in
race.
second. And I think at that point, Pasito Paco and Afi are both quite close in points.
Here. What are your thoughts on what happened yesterday and today?
Well, yesterday, my match didn't go to plan. Gwen played incredible. I couldn't get the wins when I needed to, and every time I was winning, I would either mess it up or something, a mistake that I wasn't planning for would happen. I think fatigue was there, and hopefully today it will be different. Now we're playing earlier, and I can sort of get into the groove, hopefully on stage.
Why do you think that fatigue was there yesterday?
Probably poor planning from my side. I've learned from it now, or maybe I just wanted to be in the loser bracket. It's almost like my second home.
Is this almost lack of lands for you guys? The fact that this is still a new
For people who don't know, like
relatively
Pac
speaking,
has
for
these
a lot of
incredible
maybe not
lower bracket
yourself, but
runs.
still kind of coming
When he wins
here
tournaments, it's
in
often
person,
through lower
working out
bracket.
that schedule.
Maybe, I think, when it's a 10 p.m. match, definitely don't get here early
Strong mental.
and waste your day. I think I should have just had a lie-in, chilled start to the day like I have today, and sort of go about it like I am doing today. But that's just that. Today I've taken a different approach to it. I've thought, well, in I think 80% of my World Cups, I've gone into the loser bracket. So let's just get through another one.
It's always being more selfish, isn't it? And not kind of getting carried away in the experience like a lot of players do. Let's put that aside. Let's talk a little bit. Carl Jr., your mate,
Yep.
he's gone through. Have you spoken to him about what it's taken?
Yeah, I've spoken to him. He's got all belief in me to get through this next match. So that's the plan. Just give it my all.
Can I say that this is the match of the day? This is a tough one, isn't it?
I had match of the day yesterday as well. So I feel like every match I've played so far has been tough. There's been good names in all of them. So
Just can't catch
we've
a
just
break.
got another one. Just got to get through it. I've beaten everyone before, so just need to do it again.
Have you watched the other matches? Because it's come down to the finest of margins. You're kind of writing off players, and then they suddenly come back.
That's what finalist does. You get to finalist, you have to close out, and that's when everyone decides to wake up. There are very specific players that when you get to finalists, you know they aren't out yet. Richie's one of them. He will never give up, and he clearly didn't today. You've got Wizzy and Massa. They are, it was very close between them. I feel very bad for Wizzy. I wish that he got through, because it would do so much for his confidence.
Heartbreaking. I just chatted to him as well. Well, you've been a world champion. You know what it takes. Come on, Pac.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank
we're getting
you,
into this
Rachel.
shortly, I think.
With Pac as well, and he's had this run before. He's come from the lower side, the decider matches, and made it into the World Final type championship. It's not the World Final, it was DreamHack Birmingham, but still he knows what to do in terms of these runs.
Also 2018 Worlds,
what that lower bracket
where
run
he
entails. He knows
arguably should have won.
He has to get in
he was lower bracket, if I remember.
Get on which mental state he needs to put himself before the game, and what
2016,
he needs to do
I don't know.
truly deliver and thus continue onto the place in the top 16 now.
He has the experience, he has what it takes, but it also sounded to me like another task that Pac wants to go through. I have to go through that match, that's what he claimed in there. So maybe he was pretty expecting finding himself in that lower bracket match after
Here we go,
performance
player
yesterday when he
previews.
lost the double
You
final
have Pac,
situation
2016
against
world
Esports, of course,
champion,
but Pac,
2025
as you can see
world
here,
champion,
what a guy, what a
current
man.
reigning world champion, together with Carl Jr., because the world championship was played in duos. Pustito Paco came onto the scene around 2022. Nobody knew who he was at the time. Played keyboard, set a bunch of world records. Now in the pro scene, beat the likes of Mutta in a match to send him to the lower bracket. Mutta, 2025 World Championship runner-up, current Red Bull Faster champion, has won Trackmania Grand League as well. Switched from controller to steering wheel a couple of years ago, and has found more success with the steering wheel than on controller. And here, Uffy, 2021 World Championship finalist, has taken a break from the game here and there, but came back for the Esports World Cup to compete. Free agent, unsigned, underdog, but high performer.
Thanks, Rainday. You know, I had such high expectations for Trackmania coming into the Esports World Cup, and it has delivered on every single level. So proud of Josh going through there in top spot. Amazing to see. But also behind the scenes right now, players who aren't even competing today, they're all there hanging out, celebrating those who have won. You know, condolences to those who have lost. It's a community around this game is incredible, and it's so good to be part of this too.
There's heartbreak regardless of how you cut it, but I'm going to tell you something, because our plucky Trackmania in its first ever tournament of this size is probably going to be the game that decides which club wins the Esports World Club Championship.
We've thought about
tomorrow.
this. We've thought about
Falcons
this.
and AGAL are huge in it. We have 2 AGAL players competing here in Trackmania.
Trackmania will be the decider. That's crazy. There's going to be a lot of viewership, guys.
So all of this to say, there's a lot to look forward to tomorrow, but also in this moment.
Right now, we're going to meet our last players today. The last 2 are going through to tomorrow, Milos. It all comes down to this last chance saloon.
So let's bring them out. Please join me in welcoming our
Fans
final 4
for the
players
different
of Game
players.
4.
Let's go. Let's go. Final match of the day.
Mutta, Effie, and Pustito Paco.
4 Herculean drivers, all eager to make their stake in this competition and go all the way through to our championship Saturday. Only 2 will progress, 2 will have their keys and their dreams crushed. But who will it be?
It
Paris
is still
ready,
unbelievable
we're ready, the players are ready.
that this is
Let's
a
head back
lower bracket match. Can hardly believe that.
In this last chance qualifier.
But let's see the veto. We had some predictions for this one. It starts with Uffy. Uffy has a couple of maps he bans. Stands between Japan and Saudi Arabia a lot of the time. Mutta tends to permaban Poland. Pustito Paco tends to permaban Australia. And Pac has banned either Australia or Hungary, so he might ban Hungary. Uffy bans South Korea. Mutta bans Saudi Arabia, does go away from his Poland ban. Australia sticks with Pustito Paco there. Pac bans Hungary. First pick for Pac now. Goes for Poland. Could have had Germany there. I have to move my camera. Pustito Paco picks Canada. That was an expected pick. And Norway is open here for Mutta. Very curious. Does he dare? Oh, he goes for Germany. Will we have Norway in the rotation? The hardest map. Definitely curious. Uffy picks it, and the decider is Argentina. This is a very difficult map pack with a lot of spice. We brought the cumin, we brought the sriracha, I mean, we brought peppers all over. This is going to be crazy. Norway picked by Uffy. This is one of the maps we've seen the least. We've still seen it more than Australia. Australia just simply tournament permaban. But Norway gets banned a lot too. And it comes in at a point around the 100-point mark, Norway, in this match, where players are really pushing towards finalists. So it'll be interesting. But it is also, if you think about it, from Offie, probably the right play, because are you faster than Pac at his peak pace? No. Are you more consistent than Mudda? Maybe not. Pick something difficult. Throw the pros off the map. Pick Norway. If it's open, why not? Make them crash. We're starting on a very consistent map though. And like we've talked about, first pick here is strong because you get to start the match on the map you want, and you likely get to end it on the map you want. And in Trackmania, that is incredibly important. In finalist mode, we are off in the first race. To remind you about the format, the players are going to try to score 140 points overall. That puts them into finalist status, where afterwards they need to win one race to secure their spot in the playoffs tomorrow to compete for the World Championship win. Mudda in first on this map. Now, Mudda has banned this map twice. He really has not favored Poland. And yet he allowed it to go through here and banned Saudi Arabia, the map that he picked in his first match, which he said that he regretted, said it was the worst pick he had ever made in a match. So clearly, full 180 on the strategy. And this seems to be working out for him. Pasito Paco almost crashing there, but makes it through. Pac with more speed than Mudda. Challenge is on. Mudda with a better approach down, but Pac might get a lower jump. Mudda jumping fine. Pasito Paco is even challenging Pac here, but Pac has more speed. Here comes Offie as well, close for the battle for third, but Mudda holds on to first. Pac second, Offie third, Pasito Paco fourth. 1:09.08 is a great time to start us off. I think we'll see 1:08 here. Pac was able to do it yesterday. And if he wants 10 pointers against Mudda, might have to do it here too. Inside drift from Mudda, low speed, that's instantly down to fourth. Up on the outside, Pasito Paco holds on smooth. Makes, oh, I was gonna say, he makes it look so easy on keyboard to drive fluidly. But then crashes into the wall, just barely. Offie now leading. Pac getting closer, Mudda left, 0.2 behind, but the jumps across are about to happen, and this could shake things up. You need to get a low early landing onto the plank, wobble down to the next platform. Pasito Paco overtaking Mudda, Pac overtaking Offie. First place for Pac now on his choice. Through the water turn, very wide by both of them. Pasito Paco also releasing, and Mudda getting it at full speed. Getting closer to the battle. Still it's Pac. Low jump there. That should hold against Offie. Offie going to challenge on the inside approach, but it is quite far. And this time it's Pac with the 10-pointer. Solid time, 1:09.3. Offie second, Mudda third, and Pasito Paco twice now down in last. Not yet getting a great start here. And Otak there on the player camera still looked shocked. Really difficult match that he just went through. 16 for Pac, 14 for Mudda, 10 for Offie, 6 for Pasito Paco. Round 3, again a low speed drift from Mudda. And I have talked about this a little bit before. Oh, that is something we don't see too often. Pac messes up the outside dirt. And a big opportunity for the others now. Pac is typically always there challenging for the win. But not in this round. Pasito Paco changing some cameras by the looks of it there. Using a different camera for the downhill, then changing back. Now over the planks. Oh, Mudda, the face plant. Drone pilot almost colliding with the car. That's Offie now versus Pasito Paco, the two players at the bottom of the scoreboard, battling for the 10. Who will risk for it the most? That's a good dirt line from Pasito Paco. Overtake onto the first jump. Better for Offie, now better for Pasito Paco. Setup might be better for Offie overall. Paco is first, and where has Offie gone? He fully crashed. Postito in first play. Oh, hang on. Offie and Mudda might not finish at all. Paco gets there, Offie gets there, Mudda does not. So Pac there, despite the crash, got second place. I was going to bring up 2 points. The first one was that Pac really does not crash. The second one was that Mudda typically, on the start of maps, doesn't fully risk. He wants to get fully into the race before taking these big risks, when he's like fully committed to the lap. We saw a mistake from Offie there in the start. So Mudda doesn't care too much about losing a few hundredths in the beginning, but then he really steps it up. So from this point on, you should fear Mudda still being in the round here. Postito, 0.1 behind. Solid approach in the dirt. Down to the jump. Very wide here though. Him and Mudda both getting it slowly. Pac getting a good jump. And the gap is massive. It's 0.3. Into the water. Oh, very wide from Pac. Did he clip? I think he barely made it round. And up on the outside. Well done from him. Postito Paco overtook second place, but here comes Mo, and does not for long. Was about to overtake Mudda, crashing. Another poor round from him, and Pac gets solid 10-pointers all around on his map choice of Poland. 32 points out of 40 possible. Postito will be in second place in the point standings. Offie will be third, and Mudda will be last in the standings with that one DNF round. Very, very tense. Still unbelievable that this is a elimination match in the lower bracket before we hit the top 16. Canada, the second map up. This map constantly favored by Postito Paco. A difficult one, but one with enough tricks, and one where keyboard is a very strong device. You have quick left to right movements, and that is the reason why a lot of people play keyboard in Trackmania. Is you can instantly change from left to right with no travel time. On a controller, you'd have to move your thumb. On a steering wheel, you'd have to flick the entire wheel to the other direction. So here, rapid input is the name of the game for Postito Paco. Still have to hit all the perfect button press timings, and that is difficult. Here right now, Pac and Mudda with the best starts. Paco a little bit behind. And he lost the gear as well. This gap will extend. Almost fully out of the battle for first right now. Pac versus Mudda is the one to take a look at. They're merging into one car for a moment, but Mudda drops off. Hits in the slalom. Only Pac remains. Trying to build a lead right now. And the two top players score-wise are leading this race as well. Coming down to the ending. Can Postito Paco get close? Pac sets up very wide, you'd feel. And he might have to ice slide here, so hold on. Still fine for Pac there. Great ice slide timing. 10 points for him. 6 for Postito Paco. 4 for Mudda, and 3 for Offie. But many people, and myself included, had Mudda out to be a favorite in this match. And he is right now tied for last. At 21 points only. Half of Pac's 42. So same goes for Offie. Not full desperation yet, but it's getting a little scared. We're seeing some scary signs. Maybe they just need to play themselves comfortable in the match. Just do enough laps to the point where it's automatic. Look at Pac though, look at the sand. Everyone left in the dust behind his tire marks there. He is extending this lead. Offie trying his best, but 0.3. Mudda down into last right now. This is the Paco in third. So we approach the ending once more. Pac with that wide setup should be fine around the corner. More scary for the likes of Postito Paco and Mudda. Setting up inside, Offie crashing. Mudda gonna overtake Postito Paco for second place as Postito ice slides. And Pac ends up with a 102.1. Personal best in the rounds. 52 for Pac right now. And in the first 6 rounds, I think he's taken 4 6-pointers and 2 second places. Very strong performance. Got away lucky with that one round he crashed, still getting a 2nd place. Other than that, it's been a very clean match from Pac. Just looking very confident right now. Looking to just continue doing what he has been doing. Driving clean runs. Shaking the others off his tail here through the tech part and then holding that lead in the ending. Offie has something to say about that. Aggressive approach through the dirt. Still it's Pac first as we go into the ending. Mudda and PENULTIMATE struggling to keep the pace. Up through this checkpoint. 1 drift to follow and then the ending. It's Pac right now. Offie and PENULTIMATE close in the battle for a second. Pac with an awkward setup has to ice slide, surely. But the others are too far away. Pac wins another round. PENULTIMATE second, Mudda third, Offie fourth. And Pac is 5 wins for 7 rounds right now. Only missing 8 points from a perfect score. And at the very least, you can say that for both Mudda and Offie, who are not currently performing up to their standard, if you are falling behind, it's good that someone else is hoarding all the 10-pointers. It makes it closer in the battle for second. As long as you can stay in that top 2, you can make it to tomorrow. And so they'd rather have Pac dominate than 2 players split the 10s evenly. Here, Pac with a mistake. Opportunity, Offie, opportunity, PENULTIMATE. Great start by them. Pac's time loss really isn't that much of a mistake. It's just that the others have almost perfect runs here. 42 low split. We are going fast. We're approaching 101 pace into the ending. Break tap there from Pac to get a more inside reactor trajectory. Now into the last drift. Offie losing some time. Pac gaining ground. Oh, has to release one time in the sled up, and that means PENULTIMATE can swoop through. Also, Mudda can swoop through. Offie ends up 2nd place. Mudda 3rd, Pac 4th. PENULTIMATE with his first 10-pointer of the match and getting closer on the scoreboard as well to 1st place. That was the last round of Canada. And now we go to Germany. Mudda's choice. We thought maybe there's a chance here that he picks Norway because of the ice, because it has some plastic bug slide stuff, which we think Mudda would favor, but he's saying, I don't mind playing it. But he wanted to play this one more. Germany out of the way earlier. And he does his traditional backwards driving in the warm-up, and backwards is what we'll be playing here. So Germany has 2 backwards parts. Jump into them in forwards gear. You land backwards, but you still have forwards gear, so you have to prevent sliding at all costs. 4 rounds of Germany, picked by Mudda. Let's take a look. Right now, his down close to last. 30 points behind Pac. Pac with a wide drift setup, carries a lot of speed into the sausage blocks. 0.1 behind Offie, the leader. Low speed from Offie. Field equalizing. We're seeing a blob of cars as we approach the first backwards part. Late setup from Pac. This is going to be trouble, I think. Clips the wheel. It's a byproduct. Chain effect of missing one part makes you late into the next, and he can't control it. 3 players remain. PENULTIMATE leading. Carrying momentum from the previous map, perhaps. Ahead of Offie into the grass. Different setup. Offie going straight. Oh, losing grip for a moment. PENULTIMATE can capitalize. That's going to be 2 tenths ahead for the Hungarian. Up onto the second backwards part. Doesn't clip. Keeps it steady. Mudda catching up. Perhaps overtaking Offie. 1 airtime there. Should seal that battle. PENULTIMATE has enough of a lead to hold off Offie. He turns around late though, but he holds the grip. And it's 10 more points for him. 1:10.99 by the way. The sub 11 on the first round here. Very strong from PENULTIMATE. And Pac barely not able to get some points there. Some relief for the others, and look at what's happened in the past 2 rounds. Pac got last, and PENULTIMATE won twice. So Pac scored 3, PENULTIMATE scored 20, and suddenly he's not too far behind. suddenly you do have that situation where you kind of don't want two players to be ahead by this much if you're Mudda or Afi. You're driving a clean start here. The jump into the backwards action. Postito with a smooth landing. That's going to be at least one overtake. Afi slides. What about Pack? Marginally less speed than Postito. Getting closer. Mudda with a clean split. A little bit less speed. And Postito is still gaining. Still climbing in the field. Pack into the grass. Better approach. He does this right to left here to get a little bit more left. Then set up the nose slide. Mudda should win that battle on the steering wheel, and he does. Into the ending. Mudda ahead. Last time he got some airtime, and that was the decider. Here gets a low, perfect landing and full grip to stay ahead of Pack. But things can happen in the ending. So we go onto the ice. Let's see who gets the better turnaround. Mudda turns around late, but it's still okay. It's still okay. 110.96 for Mudda. Getting a 10-pointer. His first one since round 1 of this match. After that, it's been pretty quiet, but now he comes back alive. 49 now for him. 110.96 as well. A fantastic time. Very close to the tournament record currently held by Pack, 110.84. But I should remind you that the publicly known record is around 10.6, 10.61 by Neon, driven before this tournament. And they might have faster times offline. Backwards landing is about equal for everyone. Afi though, the standout there, catching a lot of time. Up the hill they go. Postito leading. Afi with airtime, gone from the race. Pack versus Mudda now, as Postito has huge lead, all things considered. Into the dirt. You'd think Mudda might gain time here. He sets up wide. He wants a ton of speed through here. Goes past Pack. Getting closer to Postito. Last landing the sides. Bump from Mudda out of contention. Pack, is he getting closer? Looks like Postito is... Oh! Postito hits the grass. The penalty grass, that is. Losing some time. And Pack is... Oh my... Did he touch? No, he's fine. Is going to get another 10-pointer. Postito shaking his head. A silly mistake. All things considered. And he even dropped down to third by 100th. 81 points Pack, 66 for Postito, 52 Mudda, 48 Afi as we go to the last round of Germany. The next map is going to be Norway, and everything's up in the air, so this is the last normal round of Trackmania we played for a while. Let's see what happens. High volatility on the next map now. 24-0 by Postito. He's driving excellently every start. The landings here have been a bit bad, but this one is great. Even gains towards everyone. Fast split, turnaround good. Keeps the speed up the hill. Pack clips, he's out. Postito now on tournament record pace. This is incredibly quick from Postito Paco. Mudda ahead of Afi. Postito setting up the diagonal line, gets out to the left. And we talked about this, that when you drive a good run, you get motivated to push further and further. When everything works, when all your moves are rehearsed to this level, and you can just execute, it is very inspiring. Postito trying for that full grip line. He's going to come through the last corner. Mudda is close, but this is Postito's 10-pointer and a fantastic time. 110.795, tournament record from Postito Paco, while Pack gets last, importantly, and that means Postito here going to climb very close. You can just tell. You can tell when a player is on a banger. And they get motivated by the fact that they're on a banger. It's like, it's easier to drive a run that's fast because you don't stress about risking. It just feels like you're time attacking. Now Norway. And guys, whew. This one is difficult. It might be the first time you see this map in the tournament. We see it so rarely. It's often banned away. You have several ice slides, you have a wet plastic bug slide, and you have two massive jumps where you land on a tiny platform you cannot see from your dump off point. Very difficult map to not make mistakes on. Here we go. First ice slide, similar by all four. Different lines, but they all about equalize. Into the bug slide. Here you do a couple of brake taps to get the sharpest line. Straightening out, you must get third gear so that you can get onto this platform. Mudda bumping a bit too much, losing over a second, I would think, in exit speed. Into the first precise jump. You cannot see the plank really. You can see the arrows, but you aim for this tiny platform landing and carrying the speed through the checkpoint. Pac did it just about perfect, together with Petito Paco. Now into a very important ice slide. The important thing is to carry fourth gear on the exit here. Pac gets it, Petito didn't, and you can see the speed difference. Petito still with a good recovery there. Pac straightening out, canceling his slide, setting up high for the third ice slide off the map. Getting to the reactor booster, Petito wide, Pac in a lot of time there. Now the last jump onto the plank. This is the bigger jump. You can't fully see the landing. Pac aiming it best he can. That is a perfect landing and a very fast time here, guys. 1:10:37, almost matching the tournament record in the very first round. And to my surprise, everyone survives the landings as well. Petito there drove a time that should win most rounds, but Pac had a phenomenal run. And they are slowly but surely setting themselves apart. It's not desperation yet, but Mudda is at risk of being eliminated from a tournament where he is one of the projected favorites to win it all. Offie with great struggle here in the start, crashing. Has to continue best he can. Mudda again going for the sharpest line. Setting up this, gives him the space. Here he made a mistake with the bump. This time it works out, and he now leads ahead of Pac as we approach the first big jump. Setting up different lines. Petito on the right side. Wants to land early. Pac has to respawn. Mudda with a slow landing, and Petito inherits first place. Into the bobsleigh. Here we would favor Mudda. Much more experience on ice than Petito. Who gets the best line? Mudda with the fourth gear. Clean gear shift. That is a bit of a skill gap right there. Petito great all together, but Mudda, one of the world's best ice players. And when he studies the map to this extent, he knows what to do. Petito clipping backwards into the reactor. He's going to lose a lot of time. Mudda just needs to land the last platform to win the round. That looks like it's going onto the platform, perfect middle, and he can slow down. He can take his time. He can drive backward. 10 points for him. Who gets the 6? Is that Pac overtaking Petito? Yes, indeed. Offie has finished, and Petito is not able to. So important for Pac there too, to keep his lead, but Mudda getting much closer to second place. Pac hitting a flat 100 points. We played to 140. Last stretch to get there now. Last time this map was played, Mudda struggled aiming the jumps. He had 2 runs that either didn't finish or finished last because of missed jumps. Pac clipping. Falling down to last. This map breaks momentum like no other because it's so hard to survive it consistently. Petito chasing down Mudda, but we saw what happened here last time. Will Mudda get, again, a clean fourth gear ice slide? Get the gear shift there. Petito able to follow. Mudda not with the best speed. And now Petito has to avoid his mistake. So costly to have the wheel crash on this ice slide. He goes wider. He ensures it. Loses a lot of time to Mudda, though. Half a second or more. Lost in that split, and now the aim. Looks like they're aiming differently. Not everyone's landing this one. Or barely it is for Petito. I thought he was going too wide. 110.4 for Mudda. 10 points. 6 points for Offie. 4 for Petito and 3 for Pac. Great map for Mudda so far. 2 10-pointers secured. 82 points. 86 for Petito. Mudda is slowly but surely closing that gap. And Pac has lost a ton of momentum in this one. Albeit he did get 10 points. It's just the feeling of crashing, waiting a minute while the others are having all the fun, then driving again, crashing, and having to wait out. This really can shake your mental. All 4 players are here. The first big jump awaits. Who gets the better landing? It's best to release early. If you over-release, you are doomed. They all adapt on the landing. Quite similar. Mudda the worst of the 4. He is the best ice player of them, though, and might make this a completely tied game as we go into the next checkpoint. Different approach. Has to release early. Pac as well. Offie losing ground. Mudda catches 2 positions there. Now chasing down Pasito Paco for first place. Similar here, but they're going different. Mudda sets up wide, and he wants a low line to the checkpoint with the speed. That's how he gains back time. Pasito still ahead as we enter the last jump. And Pasito needs this time to stay ahead of Mudda. Does he have the aim down? That is pixel perfect. Mudda a bit wide, so close. But Pasito takes the 10-pointer and increases the gap to 8 points difference. 96 for Pasito, 88 for Mudda. I did not see how the other two positions shook. The pack should still be ahead in the game. Great round overall. Pack trying to hype himself up. Argentina, another difficult map. Another map that really pushes your Trackmania knowledge to its limit as a player. Everyone in this field knows how to drift. They know how to speed slide. But do you know how to reactor bobsleigh turn around the quickest? Do you know how to land on a red booster and get into 5th gear, speed slide on a red booster, down a hill the quickest? This is a map with a lot of unorthodox features. And whoever can handle it the best wins. Needs a lot of study to understand each part and to master them to the highest pace they can. Different start lines. But here we start with the first slalom drifts up to the booster with the 5th gear on the grass. You want to angle as far left as you can to straighten out early and speed slide down the hill. Mudda getting it by far the best, ahead of Pack. One drift to the right, better for Pack, so much speed. Mudda a bit too wide there. Pack getting a beautiful line. Mudda down in 3rd, almost last. And now the reactor bobsleigh turnaround. Pasito upside down, out of the running. Mudda turning around very late, trying to get the safest turnaround he can, but he loses time to Pack, who's going for 10. Important for Mudda that Pasito is last. Pack has slid out. Awkward mistake. And now Mudda versus Offie, who gets the better ending. Smooth from Mudda, close to the palms. Straightening on the dirt. Offie, more speed. This will get close. Offie landing on the wall. Wobbly as it is pretty quick. Mudda still with the upper hand. Offie landing earlier, but speed will equalize on the red booster, and Mudda takes that one. 112.8. And Pack burned a few points there as well. Now it's quite close. Mudda at 98. Pasito at 99. Pack at 110. Several last places in a row from Pack. He started the match with 5 10-pointers out of the first 7 rounds. And since then, it has been many last places on Norway and now a last place on Argentina. He needs to correct that. Needs to find the groove. Best start from Mudda here. The speed should carrying close to first place. Take that back. Pack with the better setup. And again, this part he really shined last time. Continues to have the best splits leading up to the turnaround. One mistake cost him the previous round. Mudda very high there, but he lands clean the turnaround. Mudda barely touching the checkpoint. He was a few pixels from not getting the checkpoint at all there, but it is enough. Still anyone's game. Pack with the best line through the dirt here, can set up early, can go diagonal, land, and have more speed. He takes first place for now. Mudda lowest on the ice. This tends to be worse for exit speed onto the ending. Pack should overtake, so does Pasito Paco. Who gets the best ending? Pack has to break. Here comes Pasito, up the hill to the booster. Does he land cleanly on the wall to snipe this one away? That looks good enough. Pasito takes 10 points and denies Pack. Mudda even denies Pack by a couple of thousandths. And this match is equalizing so much right now. Pasito 109. Pack is on 114. Mudda is on 104. Really seems more and more like 3 players in the running for those 2 qualification spots. They all cannot make it. This is where you have to earn your spot. The slogan here at Esports World Cup is that everything is earned, nothing is given. And here you get a chance with your performance to earn your spot. Mudda into the wall. Critical mistake there in a round where Pasito had a slow start and Pack was quite far behind. What will happen now? Offie with the turnaround. Chance to deny everybody. Great speed there. Pack losing more time. Only really Postito can overtake Offie. If Offie keeps it clean, he crashes. Now Postito with a chance to potentially take the lead in the match. Offie gonna clip again. And where is Pac? He's 4 seconds behind. Again, I keep saying it here. Postito likely to take first place overall in points after this, so long as Offie stays second. Can he get a clean ending here, Postito? There comes Mora and Pac. They're close. Offie is slow. Mora might overtake. Oh, it's not enough there, is it? Offie holds second place. Postito 119, Pac 117, Mora 108. Postito Paco, the giant slayer in this tournament so far. A player that not many people had foreseen to go through the upper bracket. And then he went down to the lower bracket, but now has a chance to do it again, and he slips up once, straight into the wall. Pac with an opportunity, he crashes. Crash after crash after crash for Pac. When does it end? How does he stop this from happening? Mora now with a golden opportunity to get just about equal to Pac and Postito. Needs the 10. Turn around on the checkpoint. He almost slowed down too much earlier. This time too, the text there marks the checkpoint line. If you go too early, you don't get the checkpoint at all. Perfect precision from Mora with the steering wheel, as we come to expect. The gap is only a 10th. Offie awkward landing, now about 2/10. And unrealized gains here from Mora. Goes through the checkpoint, more speed. The gap is half a second. He has to keep this clean. Has to land smoothly in this one. Carried up to the right, get pushed to the left, land in the wall, get pushed to the right, and aim the middle. Mora wins this round, 112.86. The last round of Argentina. He will be at 118, Pac at 121, and Postito at 122. The rotation flips us back to the start, and we go to Poland, a map where Pac started dominantly, winning many rounds. Mora had a good start too, but quickly fell off thereafter. This is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be crazy, guys. They can't all make it. Someone has to slip up, someone has to fall. Someone will have their key crushed, their dream crushed. Half a year of effort in the Elite Cups, in the online qualifiers, and here in Paris over the last couple of days. All the preparation to try to go all the way comes down to these next rounds now. Likely we have players entering finalist mode on this map. Only question is who it will be. First round of Poland. I said Mora doesn't mind so much losing time in the early splits. Here, he cannot afford it anymore. Has to now do everything perfect to stay level with Postito and Pac. Pac with the best start, but I mean, it's too close to call. Up the grass, they have their different approaches. How much penalty grass do you want to dodge? How much speed do you want to keep in this drift? Overall at the dirt, it becomes more similar again as they all push left. Give space to the right. Pac a bit too much on the inside. Catches the bum. That lets Postito overtake. And now the plank jumps. Inside line for Postito. Gets a nosedive. Inside again. Mora clips and is out of the race. Offie joins. Pac and Postito fighting for first place. To the water turn. Will Pac show what he did at the start of the match with some low 109s to take 10 points up on the plank? That looks good. Offie with more speed though. Hold the phone. Offie here with a chance to be the denier of Pac. It's very close, but Pac has a good enough ending. It should hold 109.06 and only 500s to spare. But he ends up at 131 now. And one more 10-pointer sends him to finalist mode. Postito at 126 and Mora at 121. Clip from Offie, the 3-point leaders are going to compete for the 3 top scores. Mora had a mistake in the middle jumps. A really tricky part to control your car's rotation. Be very far behind. Perspective on Postito Paco now. How does he play the situation? 2/10 behind Mora into the drift. Lower speed as well, losing further time. Bad approach to the dirt. Bleeding right now towards Mora and Pac. Into the jumps. Low there from Pasito. Slow for Mudda. Pac overtakes. Mudda clips again. And it's Pasito versus Pac. Fast line from Pac. High speed there. Pasito released. Pac is in the clear. If he can control the jumps, he will win this round. How low does he go? Is that too high? Is that too safe? He knows the margin is there. Pasito coming back. Challenging for this one. Very important 10-pointer. He will not get there. Pac stays first and enters finalist mode. Pasito, 132. Mudda, 125. Match has been paused. Match has been paused. Oh my. We will not fully start yet. Something to check out before we get into it again. Incredibly tense. Incredibly tense. Some people saying they've had some lag. Just checking out what's going on. Looks like we'll start up again. As soon as every player is ready. And look at that. Quite crazy for a long-time Trackmania player to see the steering wheel. In the early days, there was absolutely no one playing steering wheel, only keyboard and controller at the top level. But in recent years, people have seen the benefit through no sliding, through smooth steering, speed sliding, and just as many have talked about, that when you're nervous on a stage match, you at least have a huge device to move instead of a tiny movement with your thumb being the difference from where your car is headed. Easier to control the nerves, to stay consistent under pressure. And on keyboard taps, the same thing applies. Hard to have just the right pressure on the keys to get the car to go where you want. We have a full technical pause. Something is being investigated. Oh my god, are you guys correct? Is it Cup of the Day loading? Yeah, it's 7 p.m. No. No, you're right. Come on. It's probably a Cup of the Day that loaded. The players don't know the time right now, but that would explain it, right? So whenever the track of the day loads in Trackmania, the game like jumps. It jumps for everyone. It jumps like for 0.2 of a second or something in that moment when the track loads. And that's what everyone experienced, I think. I'm pretty sure. But as a caster, you should never speculate on what the technical issue is because you might be wrong. So I don't want to be the rumor mill, right? But the lag happened at 7:00, and it's a lag we are familiar with. Binks and Gwen watching the match right there. Qualified through upper bracket. Gonna have a sip of water. We have a replay of the crowd. And some player expressions. Some good slow-mo highlights here. Some good slow-mo highlights. Strong emotions. Beautifully captured. Yeah, these are great. Also, the fan reaction's good to see. The Mudda emote, the badge, dropped by the crowd. Looks like no one has a referee standing by them. We might be ready to continue the match again. Genuinely would warn production about couple lag. Yeah, it could be. Especially since we're playing all day, it would be important, yeah. If that was the thing, I'm sure they will fix that. Oh, still not ready. Josh there, who played a phenomenal match, can celebrate being through in the playoffs. Together with what I assume might be family members. Are we ready to go here? Pyramid o'clock, pyramid o'clock. I feel like it will shift the focus away from the match. Think about it. Pac just entered finalist mode. Postito at 132 points. Mudda at 125. Afi at about 100. Like, we are in the last phases of this match. Only 2 spots are up for grabs to move on to playoffs. The final 2 spots in the playoffs. And one of these 3 players with high points right now will be out. They can't all make it. Question is who it's gonna be. Most people have Pac and Mudda as favorites, but Postito has impressed a lot, and especially under pressure is when he has been thriving. We are back into the match, guys. Good luck to the players in the final phases of this one, deciding their fate in the tournament. Will they get to compete for the $130,000 top prize tomorrow, or will their run for the Esports World Championship 2026 end here? Let's find out. Afi leading this one, only at 96, still with an outside shot. With many 1 rounds, he could come back from it. Looking hungry for it. Knows he has to full send. His only chance is the 10-pointers. As for Pac, 1 round win has him secured into the playoffs now. That's all he needs. 2 players stand in his way, but he gets a wobbly landing. His worst start to a round on Poland yet. Wobbly as it is, he might still have a chance if Afi or Postito crash. Postito with low speed. That might be a position gained. Afi the one holding the fort, and he is driving a great time right now. 1:08 pace being driven up front, close to the inside line. Pac overtakes Postito. If Afi clips, Pac would be through, but Afi the one to deny, and Postito is actually there as well. 1:08.958, almost tournament record. Postito gets 6 points closer to finalist mode and only needs to finish 1 lap. Mudda ends up last there at 128. Lots of pressure on him. Oh, mistake from Afi. That is crazy. This round will be crazy. Postito gets finalist anyways, but he's going to want to deny Pac. He's definitely going to deny Mudda as well. Who is going to take it? Postito crashes. Mudda versus Pac now. Mudda will know this on the next checkpoint, that it comes down to this. It's up to him. If he wants to earn his spot in the playoffs bracket, very likely the best chance he has is to beat Pac in this round, delay the match, give himself more rounds to hit finalist before the others can close out. Pac sees that he has 0-1 on the car. He sees the splits. Mudda going so low, so close to the concrete. Keeps himself level in the race, but Pac is driving fast over the plank setup. The speed is good. He's going to survive the turn. Mudda quite far away. The wobble over the dirt. This is Pac's last chance on Poland before we go to another map. Mudda risking. What a full send. What an inside line. The speed will be lower. Pac's going to re-overtake, but the last jump decides Pac has it better, and he will qualify to playoffs. Oh, crazy attempt there from Mudda. He really tried it. But Pac's speed prevailed. And Pac gets out of this one just before it gets crazy. Postito just hit finalist. Mudda hit 134. Mudda would need 2 rounds in a row. Postito needs a singular round win. You can see the leg tap from Mudda. Nervous, and Postito, how does he handle the pressure? He put Mudda down into the lower bracket of the tournament earlier on. Can he fully knock him out here? Sorry, on Canada. Yes, on Canada. I thought it might be Germany. Canada, the final map. Picked by Postito Paco. We are on Postito Paco's map choice. One attempt at finalist with no one to disturb him. Clips and crashes! The attempt immediately wasted by Postito, shakes his head. And now, as long as Mudda finishes in second place, it's enough. He really doesn't need to challenge Offie much for this first place. We'll know it on the checkpoint split, the gap 1.2 seconds. The nerves there from Postito Paco, just slightly off his trajectory. Maybe a little distracted by everything at stake, and you can see Mudda immediately. Probably the correct play. Doesn't need to challenge Offie. Just gonna survive the turns here. He's full safe mode here, but let me tell you, it is quite difficult to change your lines entirely and drive safer. They're so used to having to risk every round that we often see this go wrong. Mudda in the downhill here. Crucial that he doesn't miss it. Controls his acceleration perfectly. Ice slides, and he will finish his lap second. Double finalist mode in the final match of the lower bracket to decide who moves on. Offie could win with 3 wins in a row. Mudda and Postito Paco only need a win, and they are the one that goes through. The other 2 players are out. Clutch situation now. Everything on the line, everything they've worked for comes down to this. Who is going to win the battle? Who is going to falter first? Will they all make it? Offie with the best start. Into the sausage drift we go. How much do you dare to risk? Postito with low speed. Offie's the one pulling ahead by a lot. That's a 0.2 of a second gap to the 2 finalists. Will Offie keep pushing at full pace? Will he slow down at any moment? He does slow down quite a lot in the slalom, and Mudda pulls ahead of Postito, but then makes a mistake. Mudda now far behind Postito and Offie. Offie with a chance to deny and keep going to another round. Mudda has crashed. The fate is no longer in his hands, and Postito could knock him out. Offie could save him. What is going to happen in the ending here? Will Offie get the right line down the slalom? Postito is so close, he can sense it. It's only a 1/10 of a second. He's going to try everything he can. Offie has a good trajectory, and by the looks of it, we are going to another round. Offie denies Postito by 0.06 of a second, and Mudda breathes a sigh of relief, sweat off his brow, and has to lock in for another round here on Canada. Tension so high, you're forced to sit with the pressure for so many rounds. Goes for Postito. He has been finalist, quite a lot of attempts now. How does he deal with it? Sends it in the turn. Very high speed into the wall ride. Mudda caught more of the booster. He's going to come back here into the drift. How much do you dare to risk the uphill? It's again Offie who feels maybe less pressure. He's so far behind in the match. He doesn't have much to lose. The others know it's all on the line for them. Offie might just be the one that has the lowest heart rate right now, and he is sending it again through the turns. Mudda quite far behind. Can he make something happen? Postito overtakes Offie for a moment through the slaloms. They're going so close. Offie crashes the turn. Postito 0.2 out of Mudda. Is he going to do it twice? Unbelievable scenes here if Postito manages to knock out Mudda. He's driving good turns. He's gaining checkpoint for checkpoint. The last downhill decides it. Does Postito hold his nerves? Hold his own. He goes wide. He might have to ice slide. It should be enough. Postito Paco eliminates Mudda from the Esports World Cup and goes into the playoffs tomorrow, facing off against the others in the top 16. Mudda is out. And twice Mudda fell to the same player here in these matches. Postito, the Giant Slayer. Unbelievable. Something no one could have predicted. Not once, and especially not twice. Pack as well, through in the upper bracket. He can breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't have to be part of that battle. And Offie in the end gave it everything, got very close. But Mudda has found his nemesis, his biggest rival in Trackmania Esports. He's gonna need to come back stronger for the next tournament. Couple too many mistakes. That's what settled this one. Wow. Crazy stuff.
Into the competition before we started play, and sure, dropped to the lower bracket earlier, but I think a lot of people said, okay, well, look, he's made it through that first round of the lower bracket. He has a tough match, but it's Mudda. Surely he can't go out this early.
Unless he comes up against Paco twice.
Yeah, and this is it, right?
And
Paco
so many close moments. All the players that got eliminated today has to look back with regret and with feeling like they could have done more in those decisive few rounds where they crashed or where they had the opportunity and let it go. Mudda, a name no one could have predicted there to be eliminated.
Joining us here in the final day. We're going to make our way towards the Key Crusher right now here, fellas. What an opportunity. What a day this has been. I'm going to ask you first, Pac, to make your way ahead to crush the key of Afi first here on the stage. When you're ready, you can do the honors. Please step up and you can pull the lever and sadly eliminate him from the competition. When you're ready, you go for it. The final two keys being crushed here ahead of our championship. Sadly, you can lean in there as well, Pac, and
another
watch
key
the key
destroyed.
as it's finally ends. There it is. There it
Afi's
is.
key, that was,
amazing.
I
We'll wait
think.
for the keys to be reset here. Come and stand next to me here, chaps. And Paco, come and stand here for me just here. Pac, come next to me for a second here. Pac, I'll ask you first as we reset the Key Crusher. What an incredible race. We were watching there backstage your cam as soon as you won, the elation, the joy jumping in the air. How did it feel to be in that race and to come in first place?
It was nice to win and get it over and done with. It was. I thought I'd have a bigger lead when I got to finalist, and then I forgot how to play two of the tracks. This guy
So
was
many
next
crashes.
to us is unbelievable, and then yeah, finally closed it out on a track that I don't mind playing. Yeah, just happy to actually get through and be in the playoffs. That's where I wanted to be.
And you're there. You made it, buddy. You made it. You got a family, I think, in the audience as well here. How has it been performing with the fans here, your family? How's that experience been for you here at EWC as well?
Well, yeah, well, it's amazing to be in front of the fans. It's crazy to have like Vitality fans here and supporting me on. And then it's my fiance's first day here, so thank goodness I didn't go out.
Hey, happy first day, fiance. That's amazing. I think we're ready for another key crushing behind us here. Pac, congratulations here. Paco, I'm going to ask you as well, and to crush a key in a second. Before we do that, what's it been like for you? That final kind of like moment in the race there, the three of you head to head. You know you needed to do the business and get that finisher done, the finalist mode. How did it feel? How was it like for you?
Once again, like last match, I was extremely nervous, but I'm so happy that it went this way. And I gotta feel bad for Mudda and Afi in this moment. They also deserve the playoffs, in my opinion.
Yeah, they were incredible competitors all day long. We've seen the camaraderie as well backstage. Everyone kind of feeling big part of a family there back there. Speaking
might
of
be
which,
his
I think
dad,
you have
yeah,
your
the
family
biggest
as well
supporter.
in
I
the
hope
audience.
it
What's it
is.
been like having your
So
family? I think
fun.
over there, I see them. There
Yeah,
they
this
are.
might
There
be
they
the
are.
family and friends.
How has it been having your family here too, cheering you on right behind you?
It
Very
feels
wholesome.
amazing. Maybe the reason I got this match, actually. I was smiling a lot of the match because of them, and they definitely helped me get this.
It's been amazing to watch unfold here. The second key is able to crush now. Mudda's, when you're ready there, Paco, you can make your way across to the Key Crusher and eliminate the final player today on our last chance qualifier ahead
Crushing
of
Mudda's
our
key
championship
quite
Saturday.
symbolically
We have
here.
locked in our players now going all the way as you watch the
Quite
Crusher.
symbolic, that is.
Standing knockout, our final player ahead of that, and Paco there doing the honors. And there it is. It's done. It's out of here. Amazing. We have ourselves our finalists, guys. The finalists going through the playoffs. Paris,
Crazy
make some noise
stuff.
for us there, Paris. Incredible to see that. Back to the desk. What a day. What a way to round things out with Championship Saturday. Here we
Guys,
come.
we have to take a look at tomorrow's matches. 7 matches remain in the tournament until we have our Esports World Cup 2026 Trackmania champion. Let me show you the brackets now, right away. This is what we all want to know. Who plays who? First match on the list. Gwen, Epos, Bren, and Mossa. Only top 2 advance. Then Stufts, Binks, Grenadi, Richie. Then Carl Jr., Neon, Pack, OTAC. Carl Jr., Neon, Pack, OTAC. That is unfathomable. That is grand final material. The first one, grand final material as well. Third one, a second one here as well. You could consider a grand final. And the fourth one, Alcon, Mime, Josh, Pasita Paco. Really will be a battle between the Into the Breach guys, because these four have all at some point been in the same team, and now they're left to duke it out. Crazy stuff in this playoffs bracket. Only the top two from each advance. We cannot have Carl Jr., Neon, and Pac all in the finals, for instance. That is so crazy, the way this all unfolded. And maybe, now that we've seen them play against each other, we have extra strategy coming into that one. It's crazy we get to see Neon versus Carl again. It's crazy we get to see Neon, Pac, OTAC, all in one match with Carl. That one I'm looking forward to a lot, but wow. Guys, I was told at the start of the day we might have a player come up for a last-second interview. Right now, I cannot see that player, so don't want to stress them out if they're not here, but we'll give it a second before I end stream. Overall, just want to give a big thank you to you guys for being here, for watching, all the day, for cheering. It's a crazy event. No? Okay. All right. The player is not here, so we'll save that for tomorrow. I think after after what that player saw, they got to go back and prepare. Crazy stuff. Yeah, but yeah, thank you guys. I mean, it's fun to be back streaming again for this event. And we have the biggest day tomorrow. It's when it's all decided. I'm not going to hold you guys here for long. I'm going to rate you guys over to someone else streaming Trackmania. Thank you all again for watching the stream. Want to give a quick mention that tomorrow we are hosting a Ask Me Anything on Reddit in collaboration with Alliance. So, if you guys want, you have tonight and tomorrow morning to send in your questions. I will post it quickly in the chat. Do check it out, ask some questions. We have about half an hour during the day of the grand final to answer as many questions as possible. So, yeah, ask me anything you like. I haven't been able to talk a lot to you guys in chat today, so that's a good opportunity to do an AMA. Now, let's raid over to someone who's streaming Trackmania. With the day done, I mean, Samifying is live. Would be fun to raid Samifying again. I think we do it. I think we do it, guys. Raid our friend Sammy. When does it start tomorrow? I don't actually fully know the starting time. I would refer you to the Esports World Cup website, but let me double check if I can help you guys with the starting time. 1 second. Starting time of the final tomorrow is starting time of the first match is at 3 p.m. Central European Time. 15:00. 3 p.m. Central European Time is the starting time. That is set in stone. So, guys, much love. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate you guys hanging out throughout the day, enjoying the cast. It is difficult to cast all these matches on my own. You usually want to cast with multiple people, but you guys have been incredible and helped me through it with some information as well. I'm going to study up for the videos and try to give you guys the best info for the finals tomorrow.
Well,
see how it goes. See how it ends.
I know this one's going to hurt at the moment. Can you kind of try and
they
unpick
have
that match for us?
Wait, guys.
Well, I knew it was going to be a tough match, and I put myself in that situation
Cancel the raid.
after dropping the first
Cancel
match.
the raid. Sorry, 1 sec.
Paco also beat me there, and Paco's always a strong opponent.
Mudda's thoughts.
And I also had struggles on maps I thought I was good on. So I was just thinking, all right, I just have to get rid of the worst track I have at the moment, which was Saudi Arabia, which ironically I picked, and just try my best.
Yeah.
Put the gamble on Poland, which wasn't a super strong map for me, but I improved on it over the weekend.
Changed the strategy on the bans.
Yeah, happy with how
Didn't fully find
hard I
comfort.
fought, not necessarily the skill I put forward.
I know you'll take time to process it and reflect on what happened. Is there one thing you can put your finger on right now which you'd wished you have done differently?
No, I'm not. There's not really much to reflect on. I just didn't perform on stage when it mattered. That's really all it is. Whether that's down to preparation or not doesn't really matter. Just got to regroup and try again next year.
Overall, though, what can you take away and learn from this opportunity?
It's a fantastic event. It's nice to see so many people get the opportunity to represent amazing organizations in Trackmania, get paid to play for huge prize pools. Yeah, and also meeting new faces.
Yeah, exactly. Well done today. Commiserations, though, not going through. Thank you.
Unfortunate for Mudda, guys. Just wanted to let you catch that as well. I was curious to hear his thoughts. Now I will actually end. I'll see you guys tomorrow. 3 p.m. is when we start. 7 matches to the finals until we have a winner. See you guys then. Bye-bye, friends. Bye-bye. Take care. See you later. Enjoy Sammy's stream.